adjustments on my end. Do not disturb, and a little bit more brightness on my own screen to give a fairer representation of what you're seeing. Am I bright enough? And how is the audio? Okay, folks. Oh, I am again naked on the top half. Lots of man flesh on display. Because it is still stupid hot. I think it's even warmer tonight. What have we been doing lately? We've been doing 27 degrees when I go live. It is 29 currently. 29 feels like 35. Fuck. I don't know how I survive, honestly. Oh, I took a real gamble last night. We'll get into it. Let's give it a few minutes for people to arrive. Oh, I've just filmed. Oh, that's interesting. I must be an idiot. I filled this little thing with water. Then I filled another thing with, well, I filled the thing with water and rinsed it out and went to throw the water out and it all crumbled in my hand. And so I got Tina another water container. But that means I've got 2 of 3 left. And I didn't realise. There's the Alzheimer's kicking in, folks. I didn't know I'd already filled one and put it down, so I filled another and it broke, and then I created another. Oops. Nobody's reminded me. What do I need to do? I need to adjust live chat, folks. By default, chat sets itself to something called top chat, which will filter away approximately a third, well, between a fifth and a third of messages. And I found out a few weeks ago on Scruff Dog's channel, it can filter your own messages away so that even you can't see them. So don't leave it on the default top chat. I posted a message and even I couldn't find it when I scrolled back. I was on top chat. You've got to go in the settings above chat. There's either a cog or one of those 3-line menus for settings, and you change it from top chat to live chat. All messages are available. Let's do roll call. Who's here? Come and say hello. Yep, says Jasper. I just watched 2 or 3 of Jasper's like ice cream reviews, or well, one was a strimmer, to be honest. It wasn't even an ice cream. It was a style strimmer. But yeah, he didn't say for that one. He should have gone brum brum or similar. Although it was electric. So maybe not brum brum. Maybe that's more of a internal combustion engine idea. I don't know. I'm scrolling. Nobody's talking to me. Okay, I'll give you a few minutes to settle down and let the troops arrive. Hit the thumbs up if you haven't already, folks. On the 5-minute mark I shall do my intro. Until then I shall say cheers. I've just opened a can. Really struggled today in this heat. Really struggled, A, for power, and B, the amount of power the fridge was trying to use. 80 to 83 watts. Because it's so warm in the tent. And the sun kind of shines in through the door in the morning, and in the afternoon it shines in through the missing roof. So I've had to try and fathom a thing to keep it shaded, but it's not really, I mean, if it's drawing 83 watts while it's being shaded, how much would it be if it wasn't? So that's gobbling up all my power. These panels are getting worse and worse. I'm going to do a review video. I'm going to do a few. So the double A batteries that power these Christmas lights, these fairy lights, I charge those literally every day. Very occasionally I skip a day if they've had light use. If they haven't light use, you get it. The pun is kind of accidental but acknowledged. No, if I haven't used them much one night, some nights I won't put them on until midnight and I'll turn them off at 3, maybe put them on again at 5 or 6, just for an hour. Those nights I might skip and not charge them the next day, but in general, I'm charging them every day, and it must be approaching 2 years since I bought those batteries, and they're still in, well, there's a little bit of, like, the outer wrappings falling off and things, but they're still in good working order in general. Really happy with those. So I should do a follow-up review of those. I did an unboxing and an initial review, I think. We should do a follow-up on those. The panels, I don't think I did a specific separate review, but I think I talked about them in either in a live stream or just in a general video while walking around the tent and talking about something else. Maybe I can clip that out and turn that into it won't be an unboxing per se. I didn't think about so Karen took delivery, and when she brought them here, I didn't think to do like an unboxing video, but I will have done an introductory video of, hey, here are these things. And I think I was getting 80 watts on one and 70 on the other, and wondering what the difference was. If anyone remembers that, I don't remember. I'd have to look back and try and find when that was. I said I was going to do the intro on 5 minutes, we're now on 7. But I'm rambling, I'm mid-ramble, so let me ramble! Let the ramblers ramble. Down at Fraggle Rock. Stories for another day. Let the Fraggles play. Anyway, that's not what you're called. But I think I'm going to do a really, really negative review of these panels. They are pissing me off to high heaven. And I need to talk to Karen, but because she placed the actual order, so delivery went to her. I think I'm going to ask her if she can initiate an RNA, a return. As far as I understand it, in the EU, electrical goods get 2 years guarantee. It's been 4 months and they're literally falling apart. I'll do the review. People can make up their own minds. And the video will be there for Amazon, and I presume Amazon weren't selling it themselves. They're probably selling it on behalf of someone else. But that's their difficulty, not mine. I don't think that a solar panel that's supposed to, flexible solar panels that's supposed to last 15 years, I think if they're falling apart after 15 weeks, I think that's a return and cash back, and then we'll reinvest that money into perhaps one good panel, if they'll take the return. If they won't take the return, I'll just buy one more panel anyway, probably not from Amazon, and I'll string these together. Like I've said before, I've kind of got 3 Duff panels. 3 panels that are each providing about 30 watts. Clear blue sky in Spain, middle of summer, solar noon, 30-35 watts. If I string the 3 together and get 100 watts from those, and I buy a new panel that gives me 100 watts, I can power my 2 EcoFlows. And then I wouldn't have to sit there wet through all day. I could put the fan on and the fridge, and I could have enough power to run the fridge, enough power to run the fan, and if I save power up a little bit, I could run the slow cooker every now and then. At the minute I couldn't even drink. Last summer I was running the fucking slow cooker. This summer I've got twice as many panels, twice as many EcoFlows, and I can't run the slow cooker. Something's wrong. Okay, we just hit the 10 minutes mark. Let's do the channel intro. The channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that would be me, your eponymous, half-naked hero. And my doggy Tina. Down and out in Torrevieja. Well, down and out, well, that's someone who's homeless. A tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some, Americans in particular, don't know about Canadians, some might say a bum. Perhaps someone who lives rough, perhaps sleeping on the streets, or in my case, sleeping in a field, which is why you can see street lights and houses and things up in the distance behind me. But yeah, I'm in a field, folks. Now I do have a tent. The tent doesn't have a roof at the minute, but that's my fault. I have my next tent ready. I also have a tarp I could have put over this one. Let me finish the intro. Okay, Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. In Torrevieja, Torrevieja is a city on the southeast coast of Spain, about 50 minutes south of Alicante Airport, about 50 minutes north of Murcia. And we're caught in the middle between Alicante and Murcia. It's kind of touristy, but not in the way you would imagine. It's not Ibiza, and it's not what's the place when you go north from Alicante that I've been to in the past and now can't remember the name of? With all the fat people on the carts. I can't remember. Benidorm. Fuck. I got there. I had to give myself clues internally quietly. It's not Benidorm, it's not Ibiza. It's touristy insofar as people have their holiday homes here. And most of the year, about a fifth of the homes are occupied by the people that live here permanently. That could be the Spanish, it could be the English or Norwegians or Swedish or whoever that live here all year round. And then you get those surges, Easter, which they call Pascua is a word for Easter, but they also have the whole week, Holy Week, Semana Santa. I can never remember which way round those two words go. Ordinarily in Spain, we'd say Holy Week, they would say Week Holy, but they do have some exceptions, and I can never remember whether that's one or not. Semana Santa. So they have a whole week before Easter. And everyone, Madrid, everybody comes here. This is basically Madrid by the sea, because Madrid is inland. The Barcelonians, that can't be a word, but people, they have a song. Baya, 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 Madrid has no playa. Basically, it's such a shame Madrid doesn't have a beach, because Barcelona's on the coast. So they take the piss. Rivalry, Barcelona-Madrid. Football, El Clasico. That's the derby kind of thing between the two. That's like the Liverpool-Man United, as it used to be. Probably not so much nowadays. But that's the that's the Spanish equivalent. That's like the big rivalry, the big... someone told me once it's because Real Madrid, so the Real means royal. We have a game in England called Real Tennis. So it's not like normal tennis, it's more like squash or something, but Real Tennis, it's royal tennis. Real Madrid is Royal Madrid, and the king, I don't know about this one, but the previous one used to help fund it a lot when they got short of cash. He used to pump in, I'm told, I don't know, but I'm told, so this is part of the rivalry. Barcelona have to fund themselves. Madrid get funded by the king because Real Madrid. I don't know. But anyway, big rivalry between the two cities anyway. Scrolling. Nobody's talked to me since Jasper said, yep. That makes me think maybe my chat has frozen. I could just be being, yeah, look, there are more messages and I've missed them all. Sorry, folks. When Jasper said, or whatever it was, yep, when he said yep, yep. Zami, sorry, mate, missed your post, whenever that was. I can't work out the times now because I've started half an hour late. So let me explain that. I didn't get my nap beforehand. And about an hour beforehand, when there was about 30 minutes until my alarm went off, which is usually half an hour before we start. So yeah, an hour before the start. I'm thinking to myself, I'm not feeling this. Maybe I can put it back half an hour and maybe I can get a half an hour, 45-minute nap. No, that didn't happen. That didn't happen. So here we are. And now, so I started at 30, so 46 now. Zami said hello at 35, so I'm 10 or 11 minutes behind with chat. Jasper's fed up with flies, you and me both, mate. A few weeks ago, this was miraculous. I think I said this a few days ago. I went a month with no fly spray, and I mentioned this, and suddenly I had 6 cans of fly spray. I think I'm down to 3 or 4. I've been going through that shit like crazy. I wake up in the morning and at 7 o'clock, just as it's getting light, something starts jumping from leg to leg. Now they're not biting, most of them. I've had very few mosquito bites, but just that ticklishness when something's on your leg and then it flies off, you kick it away and it comes back and lands on the same fucking leg or the leg next to it. And I do that for 5 or 10 minutes, kind of wake you up. Instead of you being kind of slumbering and kicking a leg, fumigate the fucking area. Got to be careful though, because I've got a dog at the bottom of the bed. Most nights she's at the bottom of the bed. Occasionally I get her in and I get a kind of a cuddle all night long, which is really nice, except it's fucking hot. With another body lying next to you in a hot bed, in a hot tent. When it's, what did we say before? 29 degrees feels like 35 or something, was it? Fuck. Oh. Anyway, yeah. What was I saying? I don't know where I was. Oh, fly spray. Flies. Yeah, I haven't been so bad for mozzies. Occasionally in the middle of the night I'll hear a 2 or 3 short bursts, just with the fly spray, and they leave me alone. But I can't overdo it. I mean, the fly spray is not healthy to be breathing in. I got the dog, it's probably even more unhealthy for her. In fairness, the tent is very well ventilated. Both doors are wide open, there's slits in the walls running from ground to floor, and the roof is basically missing. Brings me back to what I was going to talk about a little while ago. I said I'll hold off until there were a few more people here. I rolled the dice last night like fuck. You're going to be, well, I don't know if you're going to be proud of me, because I guess the gamble paid off. But this is pathetic, really. I've said about things I must do and that I haven't got on with and haven't done. Well, last night, 5 o'clock, let's say, yesterday afternoon or evening, the weather forecast, having been all sunshine for the next week, the weather forecast was suddenly thunderstorms for the next 2 hours. And I look at the weather, I look further down and it gives a little bar chart of how much rain you can expect. And it's like 50% chance of 0.2 of a millimetre, and next to it is 60 or 70% of 0.3 or 0.4 of a millimetre. And I thought, yeah, if it does rain, it's going to be landing on a warm tent or inside warm things in the tent. It's going to evaporate anyway. He'll provide some cooling. I welcome it. Okay. So it says that 2 hours of rain, and then the rain's going to stop in that 6 while 7 kind of band. And then we get to that 6 while 7 band, and suddenly 7 while 8 is going to have 8.3 millimeters of rain out of nowhere. An hour ago, there was no rain in that slot. Now they're saying best part of 9 fucking millimeters. That would drown me out. That would be me. Me and Tina would be wet through and shivering all night if that happened. I got one of my ancient picnic blankets from right back, if you remember, at the start of me being homeless. I started with just 2 picnic blankets and a towel or 2. And that was my bed. Picnic blanket on the ground with fluffy side up. Top blanket, fluffy side down, rubber on top, rubber or plastic, whatever it is. And a towel inside. Basically my bath towel is a blanket inside, on top of me before the top cover. And the dog between my legs, like with her back end towards my crotch, but don't get funny. But she'd have her head sticking out the bottom of the bed, basically next to my feet. And this was when we were in the park, and my head was just on my holdall. The one that the fucking Spanish guy nicked. But that's not the point. That's not why he came. So anyway, I got one of these picnic blankets last night. I turned it upside down, put that over, so plastic to the top. If any drops came in, 3 or 4 over the course of 3 or... Here's the thing. I said about how they said it was going to be 2 hours and it was going to be stopped by this time, and then they extended it by another hour and increased the amount. That never happened. Then they extended it and said, oh, an amount this hour. And then it got bright. Like 7:30, 8 o'clock. It got bright again, and I looked around and I thought, there's no fucking way it's going to rain now. I started getting solar again, just scraping some. Just enough to charge a phone or a tablet. I don't know, 8, 9, 10 watts. Not enough to charge the EcoFlows per se, but it does a pass-through thing. If it's got 8 watts coming in and you're using 8 watts, takes those 8 watts and doesn't use the battery. But the gamble, I had a tarp inside the tent all along that I could have run outside, and with a bit of finagling, I was saying the other day that I would have to pin it down one side and then tie rocks to it and throw the rocks over. I don't have to do that. The roof's not there. I can just reach out and grab it and fucking pull it over. I wasn't thinking of that. I was thinking how I had to do it the last time while there was still a roof on the tent. Tie a fairly long string to it, throw a rock over the tent, go around, get the rock, pull the string and pull the other half over. I don't have to do that. I can fasten it to one end, hooch it up as much as I can, get inside and just reach out through the fucking roof and pull it over. It'll be probably half an hour's finagling to make it work. Now when it started to pitter-patter with rain, and when I'd seen weather forecasts of thunderstorms, that's what I should have done. I just don't have to get up and... I said I was depressed a little bit last week. I think I still am. I just don't have that oomph. There are things I know I should do. Now, after last night's near call, after near miss, whatever you want to call it, close call, near miss, I did get up this morning, and one of the jobs I've been trying to do for ages is gather together these various different rubbish bags and beer cans that I've thrown towards rubbish bags and missed. Gather those together and put them into big proper refuse sacks. And also the plastic water bottles that I've crushed down and left laying around at the top. I usually have a little pile of them. I usually keep a couple not crushed in case I need to go somewhere myself and get water rather than ask friends to bring it. So I keep a little stockpile of empty, uncrushed water bottles. But then I'll crush them. And but I'd built up a much bigger pile than normal through my own lethargy. And this morning I got off my ass, and I put the various rubbish bags from under this table. There's 3 or 4, and this excess beer cans and other detritus, and put them in a bin bag, big trash bag. And the same with about 80% of the plastic. I had so many, the plastic bag I've got over there I currently can't close. I also gathered some stuff up out of the tent and put them. I already had a bin bag on the go, but I got a few other pieces up and in. I've still got to sort through the food. I've still got to wash my plates and pans and everything. But I made a start. I think last night's near miss has given me the little jolt to do something. What I haven't done so far is introduce my girl. I said I had my glamorous co-star with me. Let's do this. Hey babe. Hey babe. Tina. I've got you on the phone's on the cable, so I don't have too much movement, darling. You've moved away. Look, your water's here. Hey babe, your water's here. You've run away from it. You're okay. Tina's okay. I can hardly reach you. She was down by my side. She has pulled away from it. She seems to prefer to be under the parasol with the light, I think. Hey babe, Tina's okay. Oh, I can see something needs doing. Next time I get up, next time I get up, I'll clean that up. Okay folks, there's my girl. Maybe I'll go and sort that now rather than leaving her risking lying in it. Just give me a second. Or 3, bear with me. It's kind of a doggy shaped teddy bear that's with me. But she is doubly incontinent, and sometimes a clean-up is required. Give me a second or 3. Oh, you're lying right behind the chair. Darling, I can move, I can twist and move back. Okay. Give me a second, folks. Sorry. I'll put my glasses up so I can see properly. Hey, babe. You done a whoopsie. That's okay. That's why you have a daddy, isn't it? Clean up after it. Mm-hmm. That's my job. Okay, bro. Now you can't lay in it. Can you come back towards me now? Now that I've moved that away. Will you come back over here? So I can cuddle? No, she says. She says no. She says, screw you. You're just a big funny shaped dog. You're not my boss. That's what Tina says. His glasses are steamed up, I believe. Okay folks, cheers to, we're coming up on the half-hour mark. Cheers to those of you that are here. Thumbs up if you haven't already. If you're not subscribed, you might like to consider it. I mean, it's a philosophical, scientifically minded tramp in a field. Okay, Jasper fed up with flies. That was my last message. So far, folks, it's not jumping, but I've just mentioned it, so jinxed it. Andy's computer tubes. Evening, listening while watering the garden. Oh, that's okay. David, good evening to the both of you, and right back at you and yours, sir. Richie, UK Richie's in the house. Oh, fuck. Sorry, folks, I'm flashing off underarm hair. Hair? Yeah. Sorry. I've been listening to Americans where they don't pronounce the H on words. I doubted myself for a minute. It says welcome to live chat like I just got here. Does this mean has it frozen again? Are you all the messages that were there before I reset it last time? Or is that the full? No, look, the last, hold on. Here's Roger, hold on. UK Richie, good evening all. my chat isn't working. Messages are not popping up like live. I have to come out, like go to top chat, back to live chat to see them. Roger, DJ Son, how you doing? Hi, I have a 100 amp hour leisure battery which I have given up on trying to run the fridge freezer 24/7. Is 100 amp hours, is this 12 volts? Is that not enough for your freezer? Finally gave up and connected the fridge to the oh, let me remember. Lithium iron phosphate, isn't it? LiFi PO4. Lithium, Li, iron, Fe, and PO4 is phosphate. Oh, now it jumps, because I just jinxed the fuck out of it. It's all my own fault, isn't it? Finally gave up, connected the fridge to the lithium iron phosphate battery and put all my solar panels charging the 300 amp hour battery. If I remember right, your 300 amp hour battery is not just 12 volts, is it? Is it not 24? I don't know if I'm remembering right. So you have to, the way my head works, I go by the watt hours or kilowatt hours. So I have to multiply your 300 either by 12 or by 24 to get the kilowatt hours or watt hours. Can you see? I can see your messages, my friend. I'm just, well, I couldn't. Chat's not working properly, and now it's jumping. This was at 22:51. It is now 23:02 roughly. Hold on. This is Gary from the Republic of South Africa. Good evening, fellow Deltavians. Okay, we're gonna keep. How is all going in the Deltari Empire? You're gonna keep trying for different. Fuckers jump, and it jumped backwards. It jumped forwards. It jumped back. There's something up with your chat. There is indeed. I may try coming out fully and back in. That sometimes works. So let's see how it goes. There's something up with your chat. I think the messages are coming through now live. If your message was at 01, it's 03. So yeah, 2 minutes ago. I think I'm here on 23:02. Usually comes up on my TV, but nothing tonight, even though we're all messaging. Okay, so you're not getting the chat either properly. That's awkward. I know that within the YouTube, my app updated, I think it was yesterday. And do you know when you're watching a video and you've turned your phone over the landscape and you want to see like the timeline, you want to see how far through it you are. You know, if you scrolled up from the bottom, it would bring up like the next videos not in the queue, but the next suggestions. Well, when I touch the screen while watching a video now, those come up and overlay on top of the timeline. I can't even see how far through the video I am. I have to turn it back to portrait and touch it, and then I can see, oh, you're 9 minutes through a 12-minute video or whatever. When it's in landscape, which is my preferred viewing orientation for obvious reasons, human vision is in fucking landscape. The world is in landscape. Nobody sees in fucking portrait. I don't know why everyone walks around filming shit with mobile phones that way up. Basically, they're retards, and then to accommodate them, TikTok and fucking whatever else came along and said, yeah, great idea, let's do that. And then YouTube jumped on the bandwagon with fucking shorts. And now they're trying to get people to do long form content in fucking portrait. Portrait's not how the world works. What it was, we had people who didn't know how to use their phones. And then we had social media companies adapting to accommodate the fucking lowest. There are words. I was going to say retard. I'll say it just because, you know me, I say the words. You can get in trouble for saying these things, but usually comes up on my TV, but nothing tonight, even though we're all messaging. Everything's 12 volts, so 3 kilowatt hours. Okay. I mean, that should be enough to... so your struggle is to power the fridge. Alpicool, same as mine, isn't it? Yeah, mine's using 80 watts whenever it's on. In fact, have I left it on? I'll have to check that, because it just reminded me. Oh, I might... Oh, fuck. If that device is on it, this device won't read it. Well, it'll read the fridge. It won't read the... Hold on. The EcoFlows both came up. I'm down to 43 on one and 29 on the other. Car fridge. The app. Yeah, down to 60. That's not bad. I should have left it on and looked at what the output was, but I didn't. At night, it will get down back to 40 or 50 watts draw when it's on. Through the day, though, it's hitting 80, 83, 85. Because my tent is so hot. And yeah, it's taking all my power. It's like I don't know what it's like. But at times I'm having to let it hit 10, 12. Sometimes it hits 15 degrees if I forget to turn it back on soon enough. Because I'm having to turn it on and off manually. I mean, I'm not having to. I could adjust the settings and make it turn off at like 10 degrees when it gets down to 10. That's just not cold enough for a fridge, in my opinion. And any health authority's opinion. Your fridge should be between 0 and maybe 3, maybe 5 degrees Celsius. You could bend a rule to 5. In extreme heat, you might bend a rule to 7 or 8 temporarily for a couple of hours through the day. The health authorities would say not, but yeah, no, mine's struggling. Mine's not. So I've got my EcoFlow stored 250 watt hours. That's about 20 amp hours at 12 volts, isn't it? Just over. Each, and I've got 2 of them. But I don't get them anywhere near full. And when I do, I get like exorbitant with the power usage. I'll turn the fridge on and fall asleep and wake up and everything's cut off at 10%. I like to leave a few percent so that, you know, I can charge a tablet or a phone. Let me just check that we haven't got stuck on chat again, because it looks like we've been about 10 minutes with no... Oh no, it looks like Roger's the... If you're all struggling with chat, I can step out and come back in if you think that will make any difference. Happy to do that, folks. You know, I'll do anything for you guys. You're my, what was it, Deltarians? I've got something crawling in my hair that I think I can feel. Don't know. Got some street lights missing at the top of the road here. Oh, incident this morning. I don't know whether I can talk about this. I think I can, because I've not been involved yet directly. Well, I involved myself a little bit. Step up, boys, step up. Trouble happens near you. Step up and step in. I guess I did a little bit. So, I don't know what time it was. Somewhere between 8 and 9, probably. Not sure. Woman starts screaming at the bottom of the road. I thought it was I literally thought it was a temper tantrum from like a 2 or 3 year old, the noise. Screaming all the way up. But I looked out and there's this woman kind of hobbling as fast as she could up the road. Some kind of difficulty walking. Now, I'm asking myself whether she was limping, whether the right leg wasn't working right, or whether it was more unable to walk because of a groinal pain. And you'll see why. This is me being racist again. Blue car parked at the bottom of the road. I don't know how long, perhaps overnight. Abdul gets out. White woman runs up the road. But Abdul gets out of the car. I'm using Abdul as a generic racist term because you're not allowed to say Paki. But you know what I mean. Abdul gets out and she's running up the road. And I'm thinking, well, that difficulty walking. So I've got three possibilities in mind. I don't know if you know. Turks, another generic term, like to stab people in the buttocks or upper leg. They have that as it, and the way she was kind of perhaps limping on her right leg, or perhaps suffering groinally. I'm thinking maybe she's been raped in the car. But she ran, before I got out, she was going past. But I got out and I watched her, and she went to the top of the road, and she attracted the attention of a crowd of people who were out exercising in the morning. And they took her off into the garage, into the Repsol. But I stepped out and looked where she came from, and saw Abdul standing outside his car. And so I just stood in the middle of the road and made it kind of apparent I wasn't going to let him chase her. Now he didn't, in fairness, he didn't attempt. This is all supposition on my part. Screaming what she screamed all the way up the fucking road. I mean, this wasn't a minor thing. Whatever this was, this isn't like a bee sting or something. Later on, I'm told by someone, I didn't see them. I waited thinking the police would come to me, because if she says it's happened down there and she's reported it up there and I'm halfway in between, and she saw me getting out of the tent as or just after she went past, I was expecting the police to come to me and say, you know, to ask, like a witness statement. What did you see? What happened? He was shouting her name. Now, this was strange. Well, it's not entirely strange, but he was shouting a Muslim female name after her. And she was white. Probably mid-30s. And he was mid-20s, and Abdul, whatever flavour, who can tell. But an incident, folks. I stood in the road, made sure that she got to the top and that he wasn't chasing her or driving after her or anything. And he basically left his car there all day. I don't know where he went. I don't know if he was in one of the houses at the bottom. I don't know if this is a marital dispute. I don't know what it was. But shrieking and screaming from the bottom of the road to the top. I literally thought it was a toddler having a tantrum from the noise until I saw her. And then I thought, I better just block his path so he doesn't chase her. Because he was shouting after her, like I said, and by name. It's obvious she'd come from his car. And I'm told by a friend who came to ask me what it was all about, came to ask me for more info. She'd seen the police up at the... She'd heard the shriek while she was getting dressed in the morning. And then later on she'd seen the police at the garage. I didn't know they'd been. I didn't know. I presumed they would, but I thought I would have been asked. Like, there's a guy halfway between there and there. You know, there's me. Between where it's happened and where she's reported it, what did you see? What did you hear? He was calling her puta, which is whore in Spanish. Whore or bitch. I mean, you can... Hijo de puta is kind of son of a whore, son of a bitch. Depends how you translate it. But he was shouting that, and then he was shouting her by name. Incidents, folks, and they happen around me. But the police seem really reluctant. Like when the incidents happened to me and they wouldn't come to me. I dialed the I was going to say 911. I dialed 112 twice one night, didn't I? While the guy was standing 5 fucking feet away from me throwing stones at me. And the police didn't come. Tina, quiet, darling. Quiet. Tina's okay. Tina's okay. Daddy's okay. We're all, hey, we're all okay. It's okay. What are you going to do? You're going to chase after them and bite them for me? You can't even stand up without me. Come back here, babe. You're okay. Tina's okay. Scrolling, folks. I set the fridge now because of the heat to 2 degrees. I've set mine to 5. And I don't get anywhere near it most of the time. I think I just got down to 6, did I say, when I turned that off? But it's taken half of the battery. Taken half of the EcoFlow. I was on 80 odd on that one. Hold on. Or was that this one? Hold on, let me check. No, this one's only on 40 something. I was on 80 something on that one. And I'm now down to 30 or 40. EcoFlows. Get them up. Oh, it's worse than I said. I'm down to 29 on that one. From 80 to 29 to get it down from kind of 16 degrees down to, what did I say, 6? And then we've got to get through the night and it's 29 degrees still. Fairly clear sky. Oh! Follow-on comment, I guess. Let me just check that everything's still working. That was at 23:10. I'm lost on the time. So that's 6 minutes without a comment would be unusual, but not impossible. All right, no, we're okay. That does appear to be the last actual chat. Tomorrow night, folks, or tomorrow late afternoon, I guess. Well, evening, let's say. Something like 7:30 Spanish time, 6:30 UK. The eclipse in Spain. I won't be able to see the sun directly. As I understand it, the sun will be low in the sky. It might, at the start of the eclipse, it might be visible just above the houses over there. But as it reaches, it's not actually going to be totality. We get something like 97.3% of totality, I think, is the figure I've seen, which surprises me, because we're quite a way outside of the band of totality. But anyway, and we get about an hour and 10 minutes or an hour and a half from start to finish. So half an hour after it starts, we reach totality. A little bit more after half an hour, it ends. It's over there. It will go dark, and then it'll get a little bit lighter, and then it'll be sunset anyway. But I'm going to go live. I'm probably not going to be set up for pointing cameras at the sun or anything. You'll be able to see whether it gets dark around me, I guess. I'm not set up. I mean, I could make a pinhole camera or something, but I think the sun's going to be so low, and I'd need 3 hands. 1 card with the hole, 1 card to receive the pinhole picture, and then I need another hand to hold the phone. I don't know how that would work. And also keeping focus with. Really, you need it to happen above you. Card on the deck, 1 card above, and a phone just set to look down. But I'm going to go live tomorrow evening, 6 or 7 o'clock my time. Knock an hour off if you're in the UK. Knock 6 hours off if you're in Yankee Land. That's for the East Coast, I think. 6, 7, 8, 9 hours. You do the adjustments, you do the working out. These guys on the electric scooter things that amaze me. They've got these little tiny wheels and they insist on taking them everywhere. This is real rugged terrain. But then you see guys take them down and onto the beach and you wonder what the fuck are they thinking or expecting. And you see them walking around the supermarket and they won't park it outside. They have to take it in with them. I got sidetracked. Eclipse tomorrow. I'm here if you want me. Solar eclipse. The moon gets between us and the sun. The moon is, how does it go? It's got a 50th of the radius, but it's 50 times nearer. No, it's not 50, is it? Is it 250? Oh God. 250,000 miles versus 100 million. Yeah. Okay. It's a 400th. Something like that. It's a 400th of the diameter of the sun, and it's a 400th of the distance. And so they kind of sort of pretty much one covers the other depending on the eccentricity of the orbits, because orbits aren't circular, they're elliptical. Quick bit of maths there, isn't it? It is 400 times further to the sun than to the moon. 250,000 miles versus, it's actually 98 million, not 100, but, and if we could do that in kilometers, but I'd have to do the conversions in my head. 160 million miles to the sun and 350,000 miles to the moon. I don't know. I work easier in miles when it comes to real distances. I'm getting better at using, the metric stuff. I was the first generation at school that was taught all this. I distinctly remember learning centimeters and cubic centimeters and meters and millimeters but again, was it decimeters and decameters and all these other ones that you've never heard of? Hector and I don't fucking know. Centi and what's a hectare? That's an area, that's an area. Is it a quarter of an acre or is it 4 acres? I got to look now, haven't I? I've asked the question. Hectare versus acre. Fuck. I had to ask, and now I have to know. Hectare versus acre. Now we could ask what is an acre, because it all goes down to chains and furlongs, doesn't it? So a cricket pitch is one chain. The width, the length between the wickets, is that 22 yards. A furlong is 220 yards, and that's an eighth of a. Is that an eighth of a mile? A furlong? And so a mile is it 1760? That's what 220 by 8 would come out as. I don't think that's right. But I think they're all interrelated in that way. A chain, a furlong and a mile. But acres come into it somewhere. It's so many chains by so many, I don't know. Hectare versus acre. I don't know which is bigger. I want to know some numbers. A hectare is larger than an acre, equal to 10,000 square meters. That's 100 by 100. Okay, 100 meters by 100 meters, which is about 2. This is where I got the 4 from. Equal to basically 2.5 acres, 2.47. An acre is equal to 4,047 square meters, or roughly 0.4 of a hectare. It's a lot like the kilogram versus pound, isn't it? 0.4 versus 1, or 2.2 versus the other. Más o menos. So 100 by 100. a little bit larger than a full-size football pitch. I think Wembley, the old Wembley, I think was 100 by 75. Might have been a little bit less than 100 because they had to fit a running track around it. I might have to check that later. Make sure I'm not talking shit. Come on, folks. Is no one talking to me, or is my chat broken? 13 people out there, and the last message was at 23:10, which is 16 minutes. I'm gonna step out and back in case it's broken. I don't believe that not one of you, unless someone talks to me the next 2 minutes, I'll give it a couple of minutes, and then I'll have to assume it's broken and step out and step back in. Just say hello. Somebody say something. It's working. Just type, it's working. I know I can go off on one sometimes, but it would be rare that nobody would talk to me for 15 minutes. I'm going to go out and back in. To go out, I have to go absolutely out and close down YouTube entirely. And then come back in, and it's not letting me go out. Where's my fucking controls? Hold on. My screen's not reacting. There we go. Nope. Hannah came in just as I was about to leave and come back in. Hannah lets me know chat is working, and it's just that no one talked to me for 17 minutes. Well, bugger you lot then. Fucking hell. Hello, Hannah. Thank you for joining us and for sending me a message just to let me know that chat is working. I'm going to move this a little bit this way if I can, without knocking the phone over and off. I'm going to have another swig of beer, actually. It's getting warm. The beer wasn't cold to begin with. I took this beer out when I think the fridge was saying 10 degrees, 10 or 11. It's working, says Andy. Thank you. Only a little bit after Hannah. Okay, it's working. So that was just you guys not talking to me. I should call a roll call and see who's still here then. Mind you, a lot of you are like out watering the garden and cooking dinner and how are you both doing? There's a question. Not great. I'm talking more about me than her, but I was just telling everyone before, I don't know if you were lurking or if you've just joined us. It started to rain last night, thunder and lightning, and the weather forecast got quite bad. I couldn't be asked getting off my ass and putting the new tarp on the roof. I just lay there and thought, fuck it. Pulled a waterproof blanket over me and said, we'll survive. If we get wet, there'll be some evaporative cooling. We'll feel better if we're wet. But then I chickened out and pulled the blanket over, the waterproof blanket. What I should have done is got off my ass, grabbed this tarpaulin that I've been saying for 3 or 4 weeks now that I'm going to put over, and I should have put it over. We're going to be getting into the back half of August soon. I got to start prepping for the new tent. I got to start clearing out and sorting through and thinking about where I'm going to put things if I have to store them for 3 days in between taking them out and bringing them back in. So last time it took me 3 days to empty the tent, and even then I needed friends' help on I don't know if that was the 3rd or the 4th morning. The morning where we finally took the tent down and put the new one up, I needed help to get the final bits out. I had to put things, I don't know if you remember, I had to put things, I had a big plastic sheet that was for covering I think it was not for covering a car, I think it was covering for covering an RV, so it was a big sheet of plastic. So I put everything out in the field, covered it all over, on the third or fourth day we took everything down, put everything up, the new tent, and I started to bring things over, and after a week I'd still not brought everything back inside. With the amount of stuff that I've picked up, I even fear I've become a food hoarder. I'm collecting it and not eating it, to the point where some of it goes bad. Yeah, I don't know. So yeah, bit of a downer. But then I said that after last night, because of the rain never really happened. We had a little bit, but nothing to write home about. Only had about 3 drops hit the bed. But then I got up this morning and I kind of got my arse in gear a bit. Things I'd been threatening to do for weeks. I said, when was the last stream? Sunday. I said I had these 3 or 4 rubbish bins and I wanted to put them all into one big trash bag. And I had this big pile of plastic bottles and I needed to get them into a big trash bag. I did that this morning. I just came out, and while I was doing something else, I thought, oh, I was adjusting the solar panels. I thought, oh, while I'm here, I'll just get some bags and I'll do that. Yeah, I felt better for it. It was only, I don't know, half an hour, maybe an hour's. I got a bad back bending over and picking shit up. My back is trashed because carrying Tina off to one side. I think that's why. But at least I felt better I did something rather than doing nothing. Maybe one day soon I'll put the tarp over the roof and then start sorting through everything that's inside, binning things, and preparing for the transition from old tent to new tent. I gotta say, this tent's ended up pretty bad in the end, but it's got to be 15, 16. I thought it was longer, but I think Jack Attack said a while ago it had only been 15 months at that point. But that's a month or 2 ago he said that. But anyway, yeah. Andy says hi to Gary and Hannah. So yeah, we're both okay. Let me, for Hannah, in case you missed it earlier, it sounds like she probably did. I'll show you Tina. I'll unplug this time. So, oh, she's turned around even more. Where are you going, babe? Eh? For a doggy darling that can't move, you get about, don't you? You are live. I don't know what that was about. Oh, live but facing the wrong way. No idea what that was about. I thought for a second that the tablet, which is my internet connection, I thought the tablet had lost power. No, just some random internet disruption, folks. Took me, what, 30 seconds to get back on? That was a bit of a trauma. I think you saw, did you get to see Tina? I think you got to see Tina. I'll just check. No, see, it's switched now back to top chat, which is not where I want to be. Gary says hello, Andy and jumping. Hello, Andy and Hannah. Sorry, just trying to replace sliding door wheels in the shower. I thought you were going all Yorkshire on me there, Gary. Int shower. That'd be classic Yorkshire. Int shower. Plonker who installed it put the roller wheels on the top half. Oh, on the top, haha. I've seen that before, but this was running along a rail above a bath. Oh, this eye is still kind of weeping a bit, and then it gets crusty. It's not bloodshot or anything, I don't think. Although I won't do that here. I'll take a close look. I'll just do I don't have a mirror, so I have to use my phone as my mirror sometimes. Just like get the video app up. You don't even have to press record half the time. Yeah, you're not supposed. Are you sure it's not supposed to hang off the wheel? Yeah. And then he said, "Oh, hang off the wheels." Okay, I get it. I can translate. I can talk internet. I assume the UK is not in the path of totality or anywhere near it. The angle it comes across Spain, I think it's got to miss the UK. I don't know. Do you get a partial? You get a partial eclipse in the UK? I haven't looked. Let me look that up. Educate myself. Oh fuck! I just plugged the tablet in, and then I was about to drag it across and knock everything off the table. If I just type Eclipse UK. I used to use a software package called Eclipse. What was that? It was a coding thing, wasn't it? Integrated design environment, not design, development, integrated development environment. Eclipse UK tomorrow. Question mark. Oh, we get nothing. You'll not see a full eclipse in the UK as the path of totality passes at sea off the southwest coast. But the entire UK will be covered. Let me just expand this one. You get the partial solar eclipse 6:08 PM to 6:18. That's like those are the peak times, yeah? Reaches peak an hour later. Okay. Roughly an hour later. And then shortly after 8. How I got the website I ended upon looking at for what time it was gave the degree of totality. So basically to 97 point something, was it 0.3 I said earlier? So when that happens here tomorrow, earlier than yours I think, yeah, it's going to be because it starts in the east and it's going diagonally up and over east to west. Because of the way the Earth spins, folks. Because of the way the Earth spins. The east gets everything first, doesn't it? The sun rises in the east, the Levante, which is Spanish for to rise. It's also Spanish for the east, or one of the words for eastern. Anyway, what was I saying? So you will get a partial eclipse still. But it didn't tell me like the degree or the percentage of totality, which might have been useful to know. But you're going to experience it. You're going to experience it twice, maybe. You can watch it with me at, what time did I say? Starts at 7 my time, which is an hour before your 7. So you can watch almost totality here, and then look out your window or go step outside and watch your partial. Would that be the same time or an hour later? I've confused myself because of time zones. Starts at 7 here, hits totality at 8 here. I think you get the same, but your 7 and 8 are an hour later than my 7 and 8. My totality is probably when yours starts. Maybe. In the UK, that would be. Does that sound right? It has to travel that bit, but we're on the... I mean, technically, we should be on the same time zone. But it is travelling east to west. Oh, it's complicated, isn't it? Astrophysics. Who knows? Okay, folks, talk to a tramp. Give me a topic. Any topic. Preferably one that's not too political. Kids getting arrested for buying baseball bats and maced just because the Chinese copper couldn't hold on to him properly. Are you allowed to resist an illegal arrest? That arrest was totally and utterly fucking illegal. He had 20 people in the crowd shouting, "It's still in the fucking packaging, you muppet. He says he's got a receipt. Just look at the receipt. He's bought it in that sport shop there." You're allowed, when it comes to offensive weapons, potentially offensive weapons, so, and it could include knives, it could include bladed weapons, what have you. You're allowed to carry them if you have a reasonable reason. If you have a reason, and I've just bought it in the fucking shop and I'm taking it home, is an entirely reasonable reason. And Chinky Plod should have known it. Also, if you've watched the video, how ineffectual was that copper? He's clinging onto the guy's arms and shoulders and he's half the size of him, and the guy's just walking around more or less carrying the copper with him. Does a copper not know how to do a rugby tackle? Grab the top of the legs, link your arms drop down, and the guy that you've grabbed goes down. And then you jump on his back and his neck so he shouts, "I can't breathe, I can't breathe." And then you tase him and say, stop struggling, because that's what they all do. I haven't been tased, but I've seen many, many videos where the guy's not even really struggling. You might be wondering, what the fuck's going on? What the fuck's going on? That's not struggling. That's not resisting or obstructing. Which is another, they like to have these really widely worded laws that they can just tack on with any other charge, don't they? Assaulting a police officer. They've got 3 or 4. Whatever they arrest you for, they can rough you up and then blame you. And say that you punched them through their plate carrier and bruised their ribs. Now that one I speak from experience of. That was tacked onto my charges. He punched me through my bulletproof vest and bruised my ribs. Really? Is he Mike Tyson? Or am I the Hulk? Fuck him. Come on folks, talk to a tramp. Give me some topics, otherwise we're going to have to call it quits. We're only an hour in. I'm going top chat, live chat. No, we are where we were. Andy's computer tube was the last comment. Just excuse me while I just rearrange the undercarriage a bit. It's very sweaty. Speaking of which, I still need to wash my clothes. I think I'm going to do that ahead of the pots and pans tomorrow. I also have some meat that needs using. I've also got eggs that I may have left too long. I'll have to test them. We'll do the float test, which isn't, it's a good indicator, but it's not quite comprehensive. But if you get a whole batch that float, probably means they're bad. And if you crack one open and you get that whole sulfur dioxide, maybe? That sulfurous smell anyway. And that means they're off. If they float, you can try, crack them into a ramekin or something. What I've been eating recently, says Hannah. You mean what I've been eating? The question for me, what I've been eating? Nothing. I bought some bread buns over a week ago, and I cracked the bag open last night. I put some margarine and some Philadelphia cream cheese, spreadable cheese. Oh man, I hate that stuff. I just thought I'd be able to gulp it down and just have 2 or 3 bread buns with Philadelphia. I couldn't. I only did 2 bread buns, and Tina she probably got a half of each, so I didn't eat much. And I've got stuff that I know needs using. I just can't bring myself, it's too hot to eat most of the time. I've got hot dog sausages that could go in the bread buns. I've had the bread buns so long and they've been moved around that, so my fridge is so full, it's like an upright, like a chest freezer, right? So to get to certain things in there, I got to move things out of the way, and they're getting moved backwards and forwards, X number of times a day. The bottom of the bag of the bread buns it's fucking breadcrumbs. They're falling apart from being manhandled so much. And I've used 2. I don't even know if it's a 12-pack or a 10-pack. One of the supermarkets here weirdly does an 11-pack of the bread buns. Oh, excuse me. I got pork steaks. So I had one set of pork steaks, which I kind of didn't get to fully. I had some left over unused, and then they were quite ripe. What I did have. Then I bought some new. The last time I went, do you remember? I got Karen to put, I think it was €50 on my card. It's about 10 days ago, and I went shopping straight away, and I spent 40. Interestingly, yeah. So I was intending to spend 20, maybe a little bit more, with an upper cap of 30, and I spent 40. I've eaten very little of it, and it's aging out badly already, and I've not got to it. And today I went to the Chino Bazaar, get the beer in ready for the live stream, and I went to swipe the card. You'll have to talk to your bank. And he thought he was going to fuck me off, and I said no. I thought that might happen. I knew I was kind of close to my limit, so, and I had the last of my cash on me, ready to pay, and he looked a little embarrassed, like he'd assumed, oh, guy hasn't got his. I think he knows that I'm the guy in the field over here. I think I've told him that once in the past. So yeah, I did the card thing, and it went, consult your bank, talk to your bank. And he says it, and he's got really good English, this one guy, really good English. And he's never, I asked him one day, you know, like, your English is fantastic. And he said, thank you. I said, did you study in England? Have you been to? Never been. He just learned it in China before coming out here. I got to admire anyone who can learn a language. I have to admire, because I failed miserably at that. Picked up the odd word. Can't hear it. When they're saying it, I can't hear it. There are some people on adverts on TV or on YouTube because I'm in Spain, half of my adverts are in Spanish. Some people speak, and I can hear every word. Now, I can hear each word. Can I follow it and construct the sentence and translate it? Probably not. Not unless it's a really short sentence. Some people speak really clearly, and I can hear each and every word. my brain doesn't work fast enough to follow the sentence, to construct the sentence, decode it, and put it into English. So my cheat code is to have 3 or 4 fixed sentences that I can adapt around. Whether you're just changing the verb in the middle, or whether they're just stock phrases that you trot out. You can always throw around your por favors and your graciases, but often, once you get to know someone, they tell you to shut up with the por favors. To the Spanish, all the pleases and thank yous all the time, they find quite tiring. They don't do it. The de nadas, the gracias, if you say gracias and they say de nada, they get tired of it. Like if you go to a bar 5 times, I don't know why you would, but sure, just stick with me, hold with me, and you order the beer and then gracias, de nada, and they're like, just slow down. They're literally once you get to know them, it's like, just can you just hold off with the fucking gracias. I don't want to be doing de nada every time I talk to you. Oh, that was really interesting. Now that could mean that a Spanish person visiting England doesn't do all the pleases and thank yous and it's nothing kind of, or it was not. Spanish in England might come off as rude, because to them they don't do all of that. Please, thank you, no worries, it was nothing. I don't know. Let's have a look. How on earth does someone install the wheels on the top of the door and not the bottom? Like, damn man, common sense. If the wheels above the bar at the top, I mean, if he's put the wheels under, if he's somehow got it suspended on a top rail and he's got the wheels under it, that would be a bit. Is this something that's been newly installed by someone and fucked up, or is this something you've been living with for ages and just saying how stupid it is? I've seen showers where the wheels are above the top rail and run along it, and this was above the bath. The bottom actually could fly out a little bit. The bottom wasn't secured properly. That's another story. Oh, that one. Oh, that is another story, because I knocked it off its rail once and it smashed to shit. Yeah, sorry, Christian. Yeah, I broke that. It had been knocked off 2 or 3 times previously by another person, but I had to be the one that knocked it off, had it shatter, and when it landed in the bath, it made a scratch in the, I don't know if it's enamel, I think it's plastic, but it made a scratch. It dug into the stuff it fell on. Yeah, that was me. He'd knocked it off 2 or 3 times. I knocked it off the once. I think while drying, you know, when you got the towel and yeah. Oh, my tools fell in the toilet with pee in it. You got to put your hand in, dig them out, and run them under the tap. It's no biggie. It's like when you've got to put your hand in the toilet to unclog the clog and it's got shit in it. We've all done it, probably. I have, certainly. I'm just going to scroll back in case I've missed anything. Oh, there was Hannah's question. What have I been eating recently? Let me flip it back on you, Hannah. What have you been eating recently? You've had heat waves and things in the UK. What's everyone been eating in the UK during the hot weather? Tools fell in the toilet. No, I'm renting a small unit. This is Gary again. Renting a small unit, but this door has been driving me mad because it won't slide smoothly. When I close it because the wheels aren't on the rail where they should be. On a mission tonight. You're going to charge the landlord afterwards for your work in correcting his... you should document it, put a video out there on YouTube. and then say, hey landlord, are you paying me for this or not? Can you knock X number of, are you still at your rand still, yeah? South Africa. Still rand? Can we knock so many rand off the rent because I did this for you? That main road up there seems very dark. Let me show you, see what you think. So over there you've got street lights. Then you've got this big stretch over here where you've just got house lights, and not very many of them. And there's no lighting over there. Okay, my phone's exaggerating. There's like a slight orange glow on a, I think that's a wall in, is that a wall at the, I think that's a wall at the garage. The furthest left light that you see there is the dimmest light. My phone is exaggerating the brightness of the lights that are there. That's a little bit weird. But there's this stretch, so from the orange lights there, I never did like the orange lights. Aren't they highly inefficient? Weren't they sodium? I don't remember. But you'd like come off the motorway and the lights would be fucking orange, and they're awful in your eyes. Oh, and in front of the camera, obviously. I'm not sure that this is charging properly. Let me check whether there's any power coming out. It's doing 14 watts, but that's probably to the tablet. If I unplug the tablet, it's doing 0. The lamp's not getting any power. Hold on, I'm going to leave that unplugged so I can tell if this... I'm going to unplug it, turn the connector the other way up. Plug it, yeah, look at that. Just turn it the other way up. And now the lamp's getting some charge. I may have to... I didn't even investigate what setting we were on today. That's full, that's too much. Medium, low, I think we were on low. I'm going to go medium for now. That's a medium, yeah? Low, high, medium. Oh, that feels too bright still. Did I catch it again? I haven't gone... no, low, high, medium. Medium might... Tell me if that's too bright. And then, now that we've established that that's drawing some power and is actually charging, I'm going to plug the tablet back in, and we should go from 3 watts output to 17. We did indeed. Okay, it's like I'm a mathematician, adding 3 and 14 together. Government statistician, folks, what can I say? Oh, it jumped backwards on me. Whoa! Orange streetlights are so depressing. Yeah, that was always my feeling. Now, in fairness, there'd be big stretches of motorways and things that had no lighting. Motorways and dual carriageways that would have no lighting. Suddenly to get some lighting as you're about to hit some village or some town, I guess that was a plus. This is me as a passenger, probably as a kid. But if you came off a motorway and then you hit the orange light, and then that thing where you drop down from, you've been driving along at 70, or your parents have been driving along at 70 or 80 miles an hour, and now you come off and you got the exit and the big sweeping left turn, and then down to some roundabout or some other contrivance that brings you down basically to nothing. Man, driving along at 20 and 30 miles an hour, doesn't it, you feel like you're moving backwards, you're going so slow. That was always depressing in and of itself. But the orange lighting as you hit town, fuck no, don't like that. Don't like that. Does that mean I was right? Is it sodium? So depressing. All right, folks. You're all being very quiet. Considering there's 12 of you there, I've only got 11 thumbs. Come on. We like to hit 20 around these parts. If we hit 20, we get new people appear, like the young lady the other night. I'm sorry, I don't remember the name. Anybody remind me? Was it Tara? It might have been Tara, the Irish lass that was here. If we hit 20, we can attract new people. Maybe. Get some young blood in here. Okay, folks. Oh, that beer was warm in the end. Warm, warm, warm. If no one's talking to me, Tina's right behind the chair again. Hey, babe. Can I move you? Or will you move yourself? I don't think. Or maybe. I've got a couple of inches that way. Alright, I can get out. I'm going to go get a beer. Out of the fridge. The beer should now be nice and cool. If the fridge, well, the bag is full. Going to get a beer. Going to come back and I'm going to check out like the temperature on the fridge and the power on the EcoFlow and see what I can do about it. Man flesh shall be on display for a moment. Around there, look, you get the moves. Back in a minute. Maybe less. Oh, peel the trousers off. My bread bag is losing bread. Moves. I forgot I could check the values while I was over there, like in person, pushing buttons and things. I didn't need a phone app. EcoFlow 28%, fridge 8 degrees. I just turn the fridge back on again. If I forget, I will run out of power on the other EcoFlow. This one's down to 39. And that won't power it for too long. 39 and 28. 67? Maybe? That's right, isn't it? It's almost like I'm good at maths. Between the two devices, I've got the equivalent of whatever number I just said, 67, I think. 67% of one EcoFlow. A 250 watt-hour EcoFlow. It's not a lot of power, folks, when your fridge is taking 40, 50, 60 watts. about 3 hours of running the fridge continuously. And in this heat it does more or less run continuously with the settings I have it at. I could tweak that. Probably should tweak that. Yep, Tara, the other, she was a good laugh, wasn't she? Good sport. Nice lass. Andy's computer tube is doing I don't know what that means. There isn't. Here's the thing I miss. Do you remember when computers you could hover over something and get a tooltip? This was the great thing about Windows back in the everything from 3.1 to what XP. You probably still do today on an actual computer if you've got a mouse. I see an emoji and don't know what it is. How do I get the meaning? How do I get the text equivalent? So if it's lol, I mean we all recognize those ones. But if I see an emoji or whatever you want to fucking call them that I don't know, I want. Can I plug a mouse in and hover over it and get a tooltip? Would a tooltip appear if I had a mouse? I can get a mouse and an OTG cable. It's my favourite thing to lecture you all about. Shielding my eyes from the total eclipse of the moon. Yeah, the white underneath, because the sun's directly above any overhang. So the belly, under the belly, the waistband, bright white. Any overhang, the neck is a lot less than the chest. Same reason, it's the overhang. Unless the chair does recline, like, oh fuck, it goes a long way back. I get a bad neck if I actually do that, but there's not enough. The back doesn't come up high enough to support the neck properly when you do a full recline. Shielding my eyes from the total eclipse of the moves. If only Bonnie Tyler was still here, we could rewrite the song and have her do a remake. Once upon a time there was a tramp wasting away. Bombadidi. Total eclipse of the moves. We're just too late. If we could have written that 6 months ago, we could have got the Lash to sing it. Maybe the excitement of getting back in the charts would have kept her alive. R.I.P. Bonnie Tyler. Recently deceased. It's only a few weeks ago, yeah? 2-3 weeks ago. Fantastic singer. I think the problem a lot of female singers have is getting the material. If they're not writing their own songs, and especially if you're going for those epic ballad type songs, those big, grand, there's probably not many people out there writing them. What a lot of female singers do, they have their initial career and then they disappear for 10 or 20 years and then they have a comeback and then they're regarded as like living legends. Kylie had a period, didn't she, where she was banned on not banned for anything wrong, but she was considered so boring that radio stations said, oh, we don't play Kylie on here. And then she had a couple of massive hits and they had to fucking backtrack. But there'd been this 10 or 15 year gap. And then she was back, and legend. Madonna she maybe doesn't go 10 or 15 years, but there'll be these 5 or 7 year gaps. Comes back, living legend. Shania, there's a biggie. Shania was everywhere. And then, was it polyps in the throat? Something in the, some kind of throat problem for singing. Rested for 10 or 15 years. Comes back, living legend. Cher, there's one. 60s, Korea. Great. Maybe into the 70s, just. And then disappears. And then it's late 80s or 90s. Spread eagle your legs across a cannon and sing. What was that one? Was that Do You Believe in Life After Love? Or was that Words Are Like Weapons, They Wound Sometime? I don't remember which song it was. But you got to come back in your 40s with a ribbon over the nips and down to the vag, and that's all you wear. Maybe a bit of lace or something around it somewhere. But you got to come back and announce, I'm still here and I'm still a fucking babe. I guess that's part of the thing with female singers. They've got to be half of the audience needs them to be good on the eye, soft on the eye. What's the word? There's a phrase. It's men. We've got half a brain up here and we've got half a brain down there. She also came back looking better. Cher, I'm still talking about. She did come back looking better than she ever did in the 60s or the 70s. She was a bit of a horse-faced mule to begin with. Lots of plastic surgery and trimming of bones and tucking of bits and yeah. And then a costume that was ribbons. She was almost in a mankini, wasn't she? Farmer would be posting links, he would. And you know what? I very rarely follow any of them, even when I'm watching on a replay, because I'm busy kind of making mental notes, and I often don't get around to doing the follow-up things I say I'm gonna do. When I say, oh, after this I'm gonna add, I said about a month and a half ago, I was going to add Jasper to the Friends of the Channel section in the description. I did it today, but after I posted this one, so he's still not here. But Jasper is, from now on, when I create the stream on my phone, and maybe tomorrow I will copy the text file over to the tablet as well. But from now on, so my procedure for creating a stream, I go into the text file, copy the whole thing, come back into YouTube, going to live stream, set the orientation to horizontal. Then you got to do that first. Well, you can go back after, but it's a separate thing before you get into the real settings. Horizontal, and then title, description, paste, write a couple of lines in the description, 5 little hyphens, and then paste my text file below. And from now on, Jasper will be in there in the Friends of the Channel. I can't let the list grow too long. There is a text, there's a character limit. And let's face it, very few people ever read the description. A lot of people don't even know where the description is because it's not labeled. There's nothing saying, again, tooltips, blah, blah. Folks, when you're on a video and you're watching, when you've got the video in portrait mode especially, it's not even accessible in fucking landscape, is it? When you're in portrait mode, that's the up and down one. Under the video, the title of the video has some dots at the end. Just click the title, and the title expands, and I think you get the description directly under. You get you get a little bit of the description underneath, and then again 3 dots, and you have to expand. And my videos have a whole raft of links in there. My Twitter link, my YouTube, not YouTube, you're on YouTube. There's probably a link to the channel as a whole, or something that says come and watch all my videos, which will take you to the channel page. Twitter, YouTube, Gmail, my email address, loads of other info. You want to get in touch with me directly? Reminds me, I just saw before that Roger's contacted me on WhatsApp, probably a couple of days ago now, and I haven't responded. I didn't see them until a couple of hours ago, when I was trying to get to sleep. It'd be 3 or 4 hours ago now. I was trying to get to sleep, and I noticed my phone had been on Do Not Disturb ever since the last. Shit goes plink, but if you've got Do Not Disturb mode on, you don't hear the plink. Sorry, I will have a catch up tomorrow. I'm just checking, 28 degrees in Torrevieja at midnight. Is this not ridiculous? Oh, that's not good. The Office actress Lucy Davis says she has incurable cancer. She was the receptionist, wasn't she? In the Office UK, British Office. And isn't she the daughter of Russ Abbott? I think so. Not that that makes any difference to a cancer diagnosis. Well, she'd probably be younger than me, with an incurable cancer diagnosis. Hold on. Lucy Davis, father. Have I got the right one? Pretty sure it's Russ Abbott. Oh, oh no, I'm wrong again. Oh, Jasper Carrot. Jasper Carrot. It gave his real name, Robert Norman Davis, which lost me. Jasper Carrot, not Russ Abbott. I mean, it's still sad. I mean, it makes no difference either way, does it? Just me being me, trying to remember shit. I knew it was a British comedian, famous in the 70s, 80s. Jasper Carrot. He was great. Jasper Carrot's best stuff ever. The Detectives, maybe, with Jesus Christ Superstar. Or his habit of picking up those insurance claim forms. I had to swerve 3 times before I hit the gentleman. I hit a tree very fast that was coming in the opposite direction. Man, that was comedy gold. That's Jasper Carrot comedy. I don't know, folks. No one's talking to me. 12 people watching. I think there's only been 2 or 3 said anything. It's all Andy recently. And Gary was the last one before Andy, and then it was all Gary, and then there was Hannah. Hannah, Andy and Gary for the last, Christ knows how long, since Roger at 23:10. That's an hour and 10 minutes ago. Wow. If you're still there, Roger, the battery that you've decided not to use to power your fridge, have you still got a use for it? Are you doing something with it? I happen to have a small solar panel here and a small charge controller, and I don't currently own a battery. I could just put them out in the sun and charge like my phone and tablets and things with the USB from the charge controller. But they tend to be really underpowered. They tell you that each, they label them as if each USB port is like 10 or 11 watts. 2 amps, 5.1 volts, whatever it is. But they're not. Those 11 watts are shared over both ports typically. It's the Chinese mislabeling shit because Chinesium. And that's not going to charge a device very fast. If you plug one device in, you're fine. You could get potentially the whole 11 watts. The whole 11 watts. But if you plug two devices in, you're going to be splitting it between you and get 5.5 each. But if there was a battery there, and I could be connecting, and I could connect up the 12 volt load from the charge controller, and connect a female cigarette lighter socket, and then I could connect an adapter, a 12 volt car adapter to USB. And I've got one in there in a bag that has about 6 or 7 different USB ports on it. And because the cigarette lighter socket tends to run at it's like 13.5 volts, 10 amps. You could probably plug something into every one of those 6 or 7 ports, and they should all just work fine. As long as the connectors don't rust, because that's what happened to my last USB cigarette lighter adapter. Just from being in my pocket, folks. This is how hot it is in Spain. You put shit in your pocket, it goes rusty. Leave it in your pocket for a month. Then you need sandpaper to etch away the iron oxide, ferrous oxide, and the rust, and then you can have a chance of getting a good connection again. Farmer would be posting links. Was it 12:10? It's 12:25. Are we really going 15 minutes again without a message? You guys are not really. You're not really into this tonight. I might call it quits on 2 hours, like I said I was going to do the other night. I was just about to hang up, wasn't I? And then there was an influx of people. I think it was when Big Clive, he decided to compete against me. I was never going to win that one. But when he finished, we had 3 or 4 people come over. It's not like he could have done a raid, couldn't he? He's not that technical when it comes to this YouTube stuff. Could have done a raid and put like a fucking 100 people my way. Gary's still here. Finally got the door sorted thanks to the shower gnomes. I thought you were going to go to bed, sleep on it, and wake up in the morning and it was done. Like the underpant gnomes in, is that South Park, was it? The underpant gnomes? South Park rather than Simpsons. I gotta say, I think South Park buried the Simpsons in a lot of ways. Controversial take, maybe, because I always liked the Simpsons, and I still don't dislike them. But I think South Park's far more edgy. Okay, those are the ones that steal one sock and the odd Tupperware lids. Oh, don't talk to me about Tupperware. I've ended up leaving mine outside, and if you know anything about plastic and ultraviolet, that's not good. This is why when I went to, I swilled out a bowl earlier and went to throw the water away, and the side of the thing that I was holding just snapped off, and the rest just fell on the floor. And I had a similar thing a few days ago. If you can avoid it, folks, don't leave your Tupperware outside in the sun, especially in Spain or countries like climates like Spain. How I know where the one sock goes, mate, I can explain this. So your washing machine has that lead that goes into the wall, into the socket, yeah? That's fake. Your washing machine secretly is a nuclear reactor, and it is powered by the left sock. Only the left. So it discombobulates, you know, there's a nuclear chain reaction goes on, and it takes your left sock, just one each wash, it takes the left sock, and that's what powers the machine. And the socket, the wire in the wall, that's just to make the meter turn around. The washing machine company is stealing that electricity. It's a secret cabal between the washing machine companies and the electricity companies. It still takes power from the wall. It's not like you can just put the socks in and not plug it in the wall. You have to go through the pretense, and they go through the pretense. They take that power, but they split the proceeds 50-50 between the washing machine company and the electric company. But really, it's an internal nuclear reaction with socks, particularly smelly socks. They like those most. That's what is powering your washing machine, really. And that's why you always lose a sock. I was told this by a secret informant who was killed a few weeks later. We got to start this conspiracy theory, folks. We got to get the word out. Left sock only, remember. Now, how does the washing machine know it's a left sock? Because they're ambidextrous. Ambipedrous? Would that be a word? It sounds like it sounds too close to somewhere you don't really want to go. Dexter just means left and right, yeah? Ambidextrous. Can feet be ambidextrous, or are they ambipedrous? Let's ask Google. We got to find out. I've asked myself a question I don't know the answer to. This is kind of probably Latin based, yeah? Okay, I clicked OK twice. Okay. Ambidextrous for feet. Is there a better way to ambidextrous? I know what it means for feet. Name. Hold on. Ambipedal. And a good example would probably be George Best. Although I think he worked at it. It wasn't an... Are you only ambidextrous if it's natural, or can you be ambidextrous if you work at it? Does it have to be natural? George Best used to practice and practice and practice with his wrong foot, with his off foot, his weaker foot. Taking free kicks and penalties and whatever else. But he was renowned for his two-footedness, which is probably a more common term than... If you just said ambipedal, I distinctly heard myself say ambipedal. am, not I am, but am. The bipedal, that sounds like two-footed. Bipedal. Am bipedal, am bipedal. You're going to go with an it or an I. This is why I teach people that there are two English alphabets. The children, most letters have two sounds. The vowels in particular, but sometimes other. Z and Z, Y and Y, X and X. I don't know, something like that. I did the children's alphabet. It's probably a couple of weeks ago now, isn't it? A, B, K, D, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. And then you've got your A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Why did I hesitate in the middle of that one? Was that around the T? I don't know if it's breathing or something. Something caused me to hesitate halfway through. Well, it wasn't halfway through, it was at the end. But yeah, each letter has two sounds. And this is why, well, this is where America throws me. When they turn the word twat into twat, O is not one of the two sounds for the letter A. A and A. A, ambidextrous. Apple. A, apricot. O is not one of the sounds for A, for the A. It's twat. Why are you distorting that word? I know it's not. I know it's a vulgar word. Is it that? Is it because it's vulgar you have to come up with an alternative? Fuck becomes fire truck because it starts with an F and it ends with an uck. A very puritanical nation. Don't get them. I don't understand them. They're very puritanical, and yet porn started with Hollywood and continues with it to a large extent. Behind the scenes. Conversation for another time. But yeah, I've gone off on one. So it's a scam like bed shops. 5 bed shops in 1 mile. Never have clients in. Thanks for the info, Mike. Yeah, that's probably money laundering. Like the Turkish barbers and the beauty salons over here. Sometimes there's a oh god, what did we call this in business management? If you put multiple vendors of the same types of product in the same area, then the area becomes known as the place to go. So that once every 10 years when you want a new mattress or a new bed or whatever it is you're buying, I would suggest you need a new bed once every 30 years, but a new mattress somewhere between 10 and 15 years. They always liked to push 10. I don't know if you've noticed, they now tell you it's like every 5, but an industry body tells you how often you need to go and buy a new one of their things. Reminds me of the light bulb kind of paradox. 100 years ago, they invented light bulbs that would last more or less 100 years. But that thing, if we sell you one now, we'll be out of business in 3 years, because where do our repeat customers come from? So there was a huge worldwide cartel. Never make a light bulb that lasts more than X number of hours of burn time. It's a thing, it's documented. This isn't me pontificating. This is a fact. I might be wrong on the 100 years thing, but it's somewhere in the early 20th century, they invented more or less everlasting light bulbs. And they all got together and said, don't do that. Don't sell that. We won't be here in 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, whatever. No, don't make a light bulb that lasts more than a year of semi-frequent use. Let me just check that I'm not telling you bullshit. I know I'm not. If I just type in like light bulb cartel or something, it's real. I might not hit upon the right search term straight away. Why did I put light bulb? Light bulb cartel. 1925. Which says, something said myth. The Phobius Cartel was a global alliance of major light bulb manufacturers, including blah 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 blah, General Electric, Osram, Philips. The group famously limited the lifespan of incandescent bulbs to 1,000 hours to boost repeat sales. Why did the next search term say myth? 1,000 hours of use, folks. Now let's assume in your living room you're going to put them on, like in winter, you're going to put them on at 4 or 5 o'clock, and they're going to be on until you go to bed at 11, 12, 1, whatever your hours are. Let's call that 8 hours a night. It's 1,000 divided by 8, 125? Almost exactly. It is exactly 125. You're going to get 125 days, which is between 3 and 4 months, yeah? It's 4 months almost exactly. It's 4 months. They decided in 1925 that your light bulb can only last 4 months of regular use. Now your bathroom or kitchen where you're walking in and out, if you're from what I gather, Americans don't do this. But we Brits, we walk in a room, turn the light on, and when we walk out the room, you turn it off. Otherwise your dad shouts at you. Even if you're a full-grown adult and your dad's dead or whatever, cunt's still going to be shouting at you, turn that fucking light off. Especially the big light on the landing lights at the top of the stairs. You're going to have a plane, the Boeing 747s are going to come in for a fucking, they're going to think this is an airport with that landing light on. Did anybody else's dad do those jokes? That might be just me. But I'm sure it's not. I think I've heard, the fat northern comedian who's got health problems. Did that program. That's not going to help anybody else. It's not going to help me either. Not Northern Lights. Northern Nights? Something Nights. Did a big stand-up comedy routine on the top of Blackpool Tower. How did I get here? We started off talking about beds and I've ended up talking about a comic whose name I can't remember. We went through lights being a scam. I'm trying to backtrack my own conversation, folks. There's only me talking. And I've got no idea what I'm talking about or to who I'm talking. Tramp in a field. For anyone who's joined recently, the channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that's me. Your glamorous Phoenix Knight, it was indeed, yeah. What's he called? Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that's me, your glamorous host. I have my glamorous co-host, Tina Doggy Darling, down on the floor here. But like the last few nights, folks, I think she's fading. She's not staying awake through these shows. She's just, I bring her out and she just collapses on the floor, and that's her until I drag her back inside. She spends most of the day asleep on the bed. I struggle to get her out of the bed and out. Well, when I do get her up and off the bed, I have like 2.5 seconds to get her out, up and secured and out of the tent while I'm carrying the front and the back. I've got to get her outside before she starts pissing. Oh, today I picked her back end up to remove the padding, so she's incontinent. So we have either pads, puppy pads, or newspaper because I haven't got enough puppy pads. I pulled the wet newspaper out and I put some brand new newspaper under just as she started pissing. All over the brand new fucking padding, the brand new absorbency. I was fucking livid. Not just that, but she pissed all over my hand. I don't know which is worse. The fact that we're on the bed, I spend all day on the bed, more or less. The fact we're on the bed and she's pissing, and I've only just got brand new absorbency under her, or the fact that she's pissed all over my hand. That's my girl. But then we come out here tonight, and as soon as I brought her out, she's just fallen asleep, and the only movement she's done, she's moved from this way to almost the opposite direction. Almost. She's almost done 180 degrees, but she's kind of in place and double incontinent. That's why I had to do a clean up on aisle 2 earlier. Phoenix Knight, Peter, it is Peter. And he's got the same surname as the Dennis Pennis bloke. And I can't get there. I'm not going to cheat and type in Peter, what's his name's name. I'm going to type in Dennis Pennis. See if I can't get that. See if I've remembered that right. Peter. I'm going to go with Dennis Pennis. Let's go back. Let's clear that. Dennis, double N? Probably. Dennis Pennis, probably single N. No, double N. Dennis Pennis. Single would be penis, I know, but Dennis Pennis actor. Peter K. Hold on. No, Paul K. Peter K. Peter K. Phoenix Knights. I don't know what the TO was from. Dennis Pennis was Paul K. Why did you say R.I.P.? The guy's still alive, right? R.I.P. must have been the name of a show or something. I'm not getting like birth dates and... Are my glasses foggy? Oh, fuck yeah. I'll give those a wipe in a minute. Paul K. Peter. Yeah, from like 97 when he did... Dennis Pennis was 95 to 97. From then until 2006, he didn't work. Or he didn't do anything significant. His career took a real hit. This is Dennis Pennis I'm talking about. I know I've taken a leap from Peter K to Paul K. But that's me. Don't they normally give, there's normally a box on YouTube, on Wikipedia, sorry, with the birth dates and They don't give a date of birth or an age. Hear that? Teenagers on the beach or on the cliffs or something, egging each other on or something. Again, I'm just going to do the top chat, live chat, just in case. Nope. 11 of you here, 11 thumbs ups, but those weren't you. Those were not you. If you're here now and you haven't hit the thumbs up, good God, why not? I'm fantastic. You're talking to a tramp in a field. We like to hit 20 if we can. Hit 20, YouTube send more people our way. And they come in and say, what is this? Who is this? Why was this in my feed? What's this all about? And then we have to explain it all over again. Okay, folks, we're on 2 hours, 10 minutes. And I'm getting a bit jammed down with not a lot more to talk about, which is an indication that we could be coming to an end. I'll try and hang on maybe to the 2 hours 15 mark. So we're coming up on 2 hours 10. Maybe I'll go at 2:15. Maybe we've got 2.5 hours. Doesn't look like we're going to hit 4 tonight though. It's a quiet one. I guess Tuesdays are they're not even semi-regular. They're a little bit random. I don't always do. I don't even do them half the time. It depends on my mood, my ups and downs, the swings and roundabouts of outrageous fortune. No, slings and arrows. The slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, and whether to take arms against them. Trying to remember the Shakespeare play, To Be or Not to Be. Probably the Danish one. Which one's a Danish one? It's the one that's not Macbeth. Hamlet. Probably. Is it? I gotta check. You know, my head. To be or not to be? That is the question. Let's go. It's not the same. I'm not mixing and matching two different To Be or Not to Be. Not the film. That is the question. Whether it is nobler to... I haven't got there yet. Prince Hamlet. Did I say Hamlet? I believe I did. Fuck. Not bad for a tramp in a field. Knows his Shakespeare. Didn't know his fucking Tolkien from his Tolstoy the other week. That was a major fuck up, wasn't it? I don't like Tolstoy. I don't believe in orcs. Fuck. Okay. I got that one wrong. I don't know whether I blame alcohol or just tiredness or just a brain fart. Eesh, I think these people who done this bathroom were on LSD or something. Sorry for talking about toilets. No worries. But toilets, bathrooms, whatever. What else have you found? Was it just? It's not just the. Is it the tilings usually? When the tiling's off, and once you spot it, and you can't take your fucking eyes off it. That one tile that's on kind of fucking diagonally. Or they've used those plastic spacers, and you can see the spacer at the front of the tile, and they've not pushed it in and gone over it with the grout. Once you spot that, or if you've got some kind of supposedly repeating pattern and they've fucked up and put one of the tiles in sideways or upside down or something, once you spot it, you cannot take your eyes off it. Who was it I knew one time? They'd got a friend offered to do their bathroom, and he did it and did what they thought was a good job. And it was 20 years later at a dinner party, the lady of the house turns to the guy who's done the bathroom and said, yeah, we're having our bathroom redone. And he thinks he's in for more work. And she, no, we've already got a guy. No offence, but a couple of the tiles you put in were, I don't know whether they were wonky, upside down, sideways, whatever. And she said, for years, like for 20 years, they've been friends for 20 odd years. I just could not take my fucking eyes off it. It's bugged me for 20 years, but it's finally time to redo the bathroom. And I'm getting some fucker else to do it. And he's like, I can't remember who this was. Are these people that I knew directly, or is this a story I heard secondhand? That makes me think. But yeah. Sorry, folks. Just you started yawning. But imagine that. And the guy's like, "Oh my God, you should have. Why didn't you just tell me? Like the week after, as soon as you spotted it, I could have come and just hammered that tile out and put a new one in. I left you with a box of spares. We could have easily just replaced it. I could have just put a chisel in the middle of the tile, get under it and whip it out and put a tile in the right way up or the right orientation or remove the spacer or whatever the fucking issue was. She put up with it rather than saying something because they were friends. Rather than saying something, she put up with it for years and years and years. And I guess we do, don't we? This might be more of a British thing. I guess, from what I can tell, maybe Canadians as well. Certainly not Americans. Americans would be all over you telling you what a fuck up you'd made of it and come back and get it fixed. And giving you a 0-star rating on whatever website these things are rated on. Now I've found a leak at the bottom of the toilet base. Now I need a wax ring. Maybe I should just use a hot glue gun. Duct tape. Go all the way around this is the outlet pipe, yeah? Just 10 times around with a duct tape. Or heat shrink or something. Heat shrink followed by duct tape. Just leave it looking really ugly so that when you hand it back to the landlord, you're not going to start like taking the whole fucking toilet apart from the wall and everything, no? Disconnect the actual toilet from the outlet pipe and put in a better joint. This is all unpaid work, yeah? Fuck that shit. Just complain to the landlord and get him to send a man in to fix it. I wouldn't know what the fuck I was doing. We'd have to get if I needed something doing, we'd have to get a man in. Whether it's me paying or the landlord, but we'd have to get a man in. I'm not practical. I'm not practical like some of you guys. All of you guys from Big Clive and Scruff Dog. All of the guys from Big Clive and Scruff Dog. The technical family. They're far more technical. Give me a keyboard. We'll set up a router. We'll do some port management. We'll set up a Linux web server. Set up a whole lamp stack. Which, do I even remember what that stands for after 15 years? Linux, Apache, MySQL, PHP. Fuck yeah, I've still got it. It's still in here. It's still in here. I haven't set one up in forever. Nowadays you don't even bother, do you? You download one of these, what do you call these virtual machine things that you download? Where you end up running like 20 virtual machines on the one server. Yeah, I haven't got the vocabulary. I did know. They had just started when I exited the the sphere. They had just started. I remember lamp stacks and wamp stacks, which was Windows Apache, MySQL, PHP. But the virtual machine stuff. I mean, I played with VirtualBox. We had the other one. What was the biggie? What was the big virtual platform at the time? So that you could run Linux machines within Windows without having to use a separate partition. You just powered up the VirtualBox. 10 years ago, folks, I was still doing this. It wasn't my main thing, but I was still doing this. And now I don't even remember the words. Dual booting is separate. That's where you set up full partitions. And you have to, when you start the machine, you have to choose, do I want to go into Windows? Do I want to go into Linux? No, this is, you go into Windows. Well, okay. No. Spinning up a virtual machine on bare hardware became a thing. With VMware was the Windows one. You'd log into Windows, and then you could, while you were building a website or testing a platform or doing, you just switch Windows into your Linux virtual machine, VMware. And there was the one that was for gaming. There was one that was a similar idea, but it was DOS. Was it called DOSBox? Specifically, so you could run older. So you could run Quake and Wolfenstein, like the original versions of Wolfenstein and Quake. DOSBox. Fuck, it takes me back. I haven't done any of this in years and years. VM, that's the one. Yeah, good for penetration testing. Yeah, and there were distributions, Linux distributions that you could download and run off either a CD or a pen drive and pen test directly. You could either test or recover things on the machine that you're on, or launch them, connect to the internet and go off and do things, and there's no trace on the machine you used. It all ran from the later on pen drives, initially from the CDs, or it probably wasn't. It's probably too big for CDs. DVDs originally, but all of that. That was my era. CDs and DVDs. Fuck, when I was at university, we were using floppies. We handed our coursework in on floppy disks. And if the tutor came back and said, that must be corrupt, I can't read it, you had to have a backup. It was your responsibility to make sure you had backups. Some courses you could hand in just printed. And this was before the laser printers became a big deal. So we were doing this we were printing shit off on dot matrices for the first year at uni. And it's a revelation when a laser printer, it was a revelation when a DeskJet printer appeared in the computer room. And then it was only another year or two later we got the laser printers. And then that was first black and white lasers and then colour lasers, not long after. I think I got that wrong. I think the dot matrix was when I was at college, not uni. You have to be British to understand the distinction. College of Further Education. Dot matrix. And I think I might have still been at college when the first DeskJets were started to be used. Got to uni and it was DeskJets, followed by a black and white laser, and then later the colour laser. And then, here's the one, guys, the pièce de résistance, an A3 colour laser printer. My God. You could print booklets. A4 booklets. Print on both sides of A3 sheets, fold it in half, get the, what's that called, the long arm stapler thing, to put the staples through the middle, and just fold it over and make presentational booklets. That all happened within 3 or 4 years. There's a word for those long arm staplers, and I'm sure it's not just long arm staplers. But yeah. Is Duke Nukem still alive? The original or the sequel? We're still waiting on the sequel, right? Like Halo 3 and GTA 6. Games that may never happen. Games that may never happen. Leisure Suit Larry. That happened. Cheers to Leisure Suit Larry and the joy that he brought. Sorry, ladies. That's like all the strip poker games, isn't it? Plenty of Linux distros now. There are indeed. You know, I've got a box of old floppies and old CDs in the basement of my mum's house in the cellar. If my brother hasn't thrown them out, which he probably has. But I wonder whether any of those floppies are still readable. And the CDRs, the ones that you could only write to once, and then the CDRW, the ones that you could rewrite, you could blank them off and go again. Those are more volatile, as I understand it. The CDRs are probably more likely to still be readable. But after 20, 25 years, they're all fucking unlikely to be readable. And that's assuming you don't get a fingerprint on the... Do you remember Tomorrow's World showing you a fucking CD with 4 cuts from a hacksaw blade? Or an angle grinder, whatever the fuck. And the music still played perfectly. Because they picked the one spot on the CD where the error coding and correction, whatever that's called, ECC, is that right? Error code. There's a cyclical redundancy check, CRC, I think was the method of error correction and coding on CDs, maybe? Or I might just be pulling words and acronyms out of my ass. But I don't think I am. But Tomorrow's World told you how fantastic... Tomorrow's World, this was a BBC programme featuring future tech, new developments and things that were going to change the world. They were one of the first places to tell you all about the internet and computers, and there's some fantastic things that you can see from them. I saw a throwback program a little while ago, probably made in the mid 80s. And oh, this guy, he's a stockbroker. He gets up in the morning and pushes a button, and his newspaper is printed out for him, and he quickly reads it, and then he uses his keyboard and computer, and he signals to the office what trades to make first thing when the market opens at 8 in the morning or whatever. And you look at it now and you think, kind of the idea's right, except this thing was fucking yay big, and that big, bulky, not really had a screen. It was kind of teletype, and they were on the right lines, but why not just have a screen and read it off a screen instead of printing it out? And he had this big, like, dot matrix printer thing next to his bed. He gets up at 5 or 6 in the morning to track what's happening in Singapore or Japan or whatever, and then start a dot matrix printer going. Whoever's in bed that's not him, you can't listen to a fucking dot matrix printer printing off a newspaper for the next hour. Close, but no goal. I mean, you're not. In fairness, the world ended up so much better than they could have ever imagined. So much, well, better. The technology ended up so much better than they could have ever imagined. We went from the green and black, what would you call that? Monocolor, what was it called? Where your black screen could just show green writing. We went from that to coloured screens with very limited pixels and graphics to pretty much full colour. You went through all that VGA, SVGA, XVGA, all of that in really quick succession. And then flat panels, touch screens. You look at the technological development. If you're roughly my age, I'm going to say mid-50s, but I'm underplaying it a bit. I'll be 58 in a couple of months. I think. That's right, isn't it? 2026, born in 68. That's 58. Yeah, I'll be 50. I never know my age. I have to work it out every time. So mid-50s. If you're mid-50s like me, you look at the advancements in technology through your lifetime. Black and white TV when I was a kid. I think I was 10 or 11 when we got a colour TV. VHS. And or Betamax, whichever you want, but video recording. Microwave ovens. Home computers. PCs. All the different screen technologies I just mentioned some moments ago. Handheld computer games. Computer games, Space Invaders and Pong. From Pong to Asteroids and Space Invaders and Phoenix and Galaga or Galaxian, whichever name you know it by. Through all those other games. To home consoles. The Atari. I had a thing called a Philips G7000, which you can look up and had a different name in America that I can never remember. I also had a handheld computer game called a Macrovision Blockbuster. I had that really early. That was about 1980. Does anyone remember Merlin and Simon? But all these developments, these technologies, everything that's happened during our relatively short lifetimes. From the first home computers to Windows and all the developments therein, I guess you got to have also include the competing Apple, what would you call it, franchise? Ecosystem. And with that, iPods, iPhones, iPads. Apparently the iPad came first. It didn't get released first, but it was what was developed first. After Microsoft had their go at something which failed, and Apple had a go at the smaller thing, the Apple Newton. iMac, there was a turning point for Apple. Apple was virtually out of business. And then the iMac. The translucent, turquoise, transparent, all-in-one computer and screen. all of that shit. Then the iPod, iPhone, iPad, iWatch. What have they done since? Does anybody else think that Apple stagnated? Microsoft were clever. They were getting hammered by monopolies and mergers kind of investigations. And so they decided, I think deliberately, to give up being the leading company. Let's get the monkey off our back. Let's become just second or third in this sphere, but build up this other thing. The whole cloud computing, Azure or whatever they call it. And they make as much money now off that, probably more than they do off Office and Windows. Typically they're just giving Windows away nowadays, just to stop the other guys getting the business. I got a car playing funny buggers on this little track. He came halfway down and he stopped, and now he's just crawling past real slow. Don't know what that's about. I think some of the people that live here are cheating on their wives. They'll drive down the road, they'll park outside my tent, and then they're on the phone. And you're thinking you're almost home. Whatever texting or whatever you need to do, or checking up on what, you could do that like in the house. If you're driving in and you stop 100 yards from home and start checking your phone, or you're driving out and you're 100 yards out and you start checking your phone, I gotta say, I think you're up to something. A little bit of naughty naughty. Scrolling, if there's anything to scroll to. That's what brown people are referred to in South Africa, floppies. Sorry for the racial slur. Don't worry about it. I said pakkies earlier. I say nigger. You know what I mean? I say racial slurs. I don't say them at people. I don't usually say them about people, but I'll say them. I mean, I called the guy who was with the woman who ran away screaming, I called him Abdul because he was clearly of a, can you say Moorish? Moorish. A Moor. This is where we get words like Morse and Morris and Maurice. They all mean dark and swarthy. Othello, the Moor of Venice. Again, with the Shakespeare references. Tramp in a field, folks. Come on, you should be donating money. You see the PayPal link? It's a tramp in a field who knows his Shakespeare. We could talk about Oberon and Titania, ill met by moonlight. Exit stage left, chased by a bear. I don't remember which one that was. I think that's the midwinter. What's the midwinter one? I think that's that one. What's it called? Am I putting mid? There's midsummer. Oh, not A Winter's Tale. What's it called? Exit stage left, chased by a bear. I don't know. Chat jumped. Sorry for the racial slur. Hold on. I don't care. They're words. If you're not aiming them at anybody or calling anybody out, in case you come across it. You see, I've seen Americans see the word Paki and they have no idea. Now, Pakistanis, a large proportion of them will call themselves Pak. Like people from Afghanistan will call themselves Afghan. The Istan thing means land or land of. Pakistan, land of the Pak. Afghanistan, land of the Afghans. Now, it's a little bit, so Pakistan is Muslim. And they're a very divided people with lots of divisions, lots of... you've got the major two, the Sunni and the Shiite, the Shiites. But there's more, and there's subdivisions within those things. In the same way someone told me off a few weeks ago because I said something about India and Indians. And they said there's no such thing as India. India is like a British construct. You've basically taken 45 tribes and lumped them together in one land and said, there you go, we'll call it India. Maybe. I mean, I don't know the ins and outs, I don't know the truthfulness of that, but division. And I think colonialism worked because of divide and conquer, divide and rule. You take over a land, you're trying to run a country of 1 billion people, or it's probably only 500 million back then. But you're trying to run a country of, you know, hundreds of thousands of people. Sorry, hundreds of millions of people. And you've got kind of 2 men with a bicycle and maybe 1 squad of guards. And you're trying to run a country. The way you do it is you turn the different tribes on each other, and you make one tribe be your supporters. Well, not just in any one region. You'll make one tribe, and you'll say, yeah, now you rule those guys. And it's... Listen, colonialism was probably bad, maybe, but when it was how the world was run, we were the fucking best at it. If you want to have an empire, you want to compare empires, none was bigger. The Romans kind of look like amateurs in comparison. Sun never set. America, Canada, chunks of South America, half of Africa, maybe not half, but big chunks of Africa, big chunks of Asia. What was India and after separation turned into India, Pakistan and Bangladesh, was it the other side? I never remember which side's which. I think when you look at the map, on the left is Pakistan and Bangladesh is on the right. That way Pakistan can be near Pakistan, Afghanistan, isn't it? And then on up into Russia and places. Hold on, where's China? Oh, we had control of big parts of China as well, don't forget. For a long time. The whole Canada, New Zealand, Australia, New Zealand, half of some of the others, your Singapore's, Taiwan's, we were involved in there somewhere, I don't know the ins and outs of it. Hong Kong, obviously, bought that from China, well, leased that from China until 1999, I think it was. When it came to having an empire, we were the fucking best at it. Now, we now acknowledge that empires are possibly not the best way of running things. In the modern world and the way things are now, we acknowledge that. Does that mean it was bad back then? Because if you look at a lot of the countries that were, I haven't mentioned South Africa, well, we had involvement in South Africa. The Netherlands would dispute that we were ever there or whatever, but yeah, I said half of Africa. The good half. The Kenyas, Nigerias, Zimbabwe's, the good bits. But yeah, we toe dipped in South Africa, didn't we? As Michael Caine will tell you. Zulu, damn good film. Truth or not? Yeah. kind of, sort of. One village got wiped out one day. The next day they came after another camp. And lots of bloodshed. At the end of which the Zulus saluted the English and walked away, defeated. And however many Victoria Crosses were given out, Victoria Crosses being forged from the cannons. Was it from Napoleon's cannons? They were from some cannons of the enemy that we'd captured somewhere else. And I think to this day, that's still how the Victoria Crosses, the VCs, are made. Something like 12 awarded in one, shall we call it a battle, one engagement, possibly multiple battles, multiple engagements within a battle. How do you categorize those? How do you delineate those things? Who knows? Where am I with my beer? I'm getting to the bottom of the second one. This one's not as warm as the other one was. This one started cooler and stayed cooler. Oh, I got the hiccups again. I think I'm going to have to start eating one day soon. I think that's a factor. I'm prattling on and I don't know what I'm prattling on about. I've gone off on one. England and we went off, that's where we went. We went off on slurs. I went off on one with slurs. For educational purposes. Exactly, Gary. That is right. I'm educating people that the word Paki, P-A-K-I, that's a nasty. That is the nigger for people from Pakistan. That's the N word. That's the word you don't say. But I have to say it to educate people not to say it. I'm not calling people it. I've said in the past, I helped people from Pakistan with a website called something like Pak Times or Pak something. A big proportion of them, a significant proportion, I don't know whether it's a majority or not, but they consider their tribe to be the Paks. So Pakistan, land of the Paks. And the Pakistan cricket team had this website news thing following them. They were struggling with their website, they needed help. I don't remember the website name. Pak Times, Pak Cricket, Pak something or other. And I wondered at first, when they first approached me, because I didn't know the intricacies of all of this, I thought, that's a bit near the knuckle, isn't it? But then you learn what these Istan words mean. It's like the land in England, Scotland. England, land of the Engles or Angles. Vowels tend to change more than consonants over the years. But yeah, all of your Finland and, all of the lands, Iceland, I don't know, the land of the ice. Yeah, I guess. It's not the name of a tribe, but it's a name describing Iceland, Greenland. The Istans, or sometimes it gets truncated. Kazakhstan doesn't have Istan, but it's the land of the Kazakhs. Pakistan. Now in England in the 60s and 70s, we had a slur for them that ended in I. In our ignorance, we wanted to call them a name. And that's what we came up with. And so that became a slur that we invented. It's our word. We should better reclaim it. Isn't that how these things work nowadays? But to call someone a Pak is okay, but to call them a Paki is wrong. But yeah, Slurs happen. Everyone has them. What's this whole thing on the internet at the minute? Everyone's goy this and goy that. So the Jews have a slur word for white people. Goy. Goy slop. Goy this. Goy that. Goy the other. Goy, goy, goy. And for some reason, some pretty large internet streamers, influencers, if you will, have picked this word up and are throwing it around themselves. So anything that's rubbish is goy slop. I would suggest, every race or creed or religion has a slur term, a term for the people that are not them. Gentile, that's a Jewish one for the whites when they're not being really bad with goy. But that one goes right. That's probably in the Bible, yeah. The Gentiles do this and do that, and the difference between a Jew and a Gentile is this, that, and the other. Typically, it's cutting the end of your dick off, but then the Americans got involved, and that all went weird. Scrolling. Dot Matrix had those stupid perforated holes on the side you always had to pull off. Yeah, that's like 30 years ago. Yeah, so each page had a like a perforation, but it also had a separate perforation, and then the holes for the rotators, for the spikes to forward the page. Am I going the right way? Yeah, I'm going the right way. That would bring the front. If the page is at the front of the rotators, that would bring it up. So yeah, you had to tear off your individual pages, and they were really rough, cheap, shitty paper. And then separate your pages, and then tear off the sprocket kind of holes. Is that the right word? I'm not a technical person. I think sprockets are kind of like cog type things. Is that right? Fuck, I don't know. You tell me. It is like, it was 30 years ago. I say 40, but okay, yeah. We can argue. Hold on. It says, and lemmings. Also worms Armageddon with lots of fun. Oh, games, lemmings. Okay. Worms. Yeah, the first snake and worms and what was that? Was it Dig Dug? If we're going for old games. Dig Dug? I might be pulling that out of my ass. Pan's Labyrinth and Jane of the Jungle. Pan's Labyrinth, the film, or is that a game as well? My daughter, when she was 3 years old in our complex, shouting, "Hurry, hurry, mummy, making curry." Jeez, did she get a smack from the one auntie? Really? Hurry, hurry, mummy, making curry. I've got a noise in the field and I don't know why. Okay, folks, we got, well, I thought we were going to run out of steam on the 2-hour mark. We're on 2:51. The likes are frozen unless this is just my computer. I'm only seeing 11 likes, which has been 11 for about an hour and a half now. If anybody hasn't hit the button, you might consider it. We're not going to hit 20, clearly. We got a bit of a boost the other day when we did hit 20, if anybody remembers. We got a couple of extra people in and chat really kicked off. That was thanks mainly to Tara, I believe. But let me check where I am for power. Down to 24 on the phone. So I'm going to have to unplug the tablet and plug the phone in. Okay. That's all I need to do. Give me a second. I feel like a teenage boy. I can't get it in. In fact, okay, there you go. I found the hole and still couldn't get it in. That would be new. Shush. That's not what you're called. That's a farmer. That's a farmer reference. Where is Fabrizio? How dare he not attend? I bet Jack Attack's one of the lurkers. We're coming up on 3 hours and I've just finished my second can of beer, folks. You are live. Where has Farmer been? I mean, he was here the other day, but he's not here today, is he? Fabrizio, where art thou? Fabrizio, Fabrizio, where art thou? Fabrizio. That's a Romeo and Juliet quote, folks. Add another one to my Shakespeare repertoire. It's only 500 years old, folks. So I don't want to do spoilers, but everybody dies. As comedies go, it's not one. You've all heard the trite saying about Shakespeare. His comedies are tragic, and his tragedies are comical. It's a really trite, like comparison, or if you want to sum up Shakespeare's work in kind of one sentence, that's it. I find a lot of them totally puerile. I don't have much truck with Shakespeare. Exit stage left, chased by a bear. This is my left. For you, that probably looks like right when you play this back. In fact, for me, because of the way the camera is, yeah, this is my left arm. But obviously, it looks like a right arm because you're mirrored. Gonna go get a beer. I gotta be ever so careful because she's somehow moved even more up behind me here. Tina girl, you're probably gonna have to move or get injured. Moves, man flesh, back in a minute. Oh, I bet I've left the fucking fridge running. Hello, Tina babe. You're awake. Hello, you. Hello, you. Have I got any? You know what? I don't know if I have. Let me have a look at you. That's a nice cuddle. Thank you for the cuddles, for giving them to me. I say thank you for the kudos, for giving them to me. Is that? It is. Oh no, it's empty. Oh shit. No, there's none out here. What's that? No. Okay folks, I'm back. Sorry. Just had a little cuddle with my doggy. I was looking to see, sometimes I can't say the word. Begins with tr and ends with eats. Doggy ones. Sometimes there's a bag out here. Today, not so much. Hey babe, you are a little wriggler, aren't you? Oh, okay. Okay, you finish doing that, and then I'll move you away from it, okay? So you're not laying in it. Okay. Okay. Is my hand wet? Oh, yeah. Okay. What have I got? I've got some water and I've got some washing up liquid. Hold on, folks. Tina was peeing and she's laying on the ground. You know she can't stand up. I just moved her out of it, but I got my hand in the way. We got 2 lots of water on the go, haven't we? I could take one of those lots of water. I could take one of those. A little bit of washing up liquid. That's dish detergent, if you're not familiar with the term washing up liquid. Have a look. Okay. I can do that. And then throw the water away. Have I got anything to dry my hands on? My trousers, that'll do. Okay. Okay, what could possibly go wrong here now? And now I've got 2 wet hands. And nothing. I've got my trousers, like I said. Trousers are going to get washed either tomorrow or the day after. That's a lot better. Now it smells all lemon fresh. Hands that do dishes can feel soft as can be. Mild green, fairy liquid. Something like that. I've probably got the words wrong there somehow, somewhere. But they now do smell nice and lemon fresh instead of dog piss. Let me get my eyes on. I just got to dry. I don't want to put wet hands on the screen because I'll never be able to control it again after. Just got to dry them out a little bit more. Let's have a go. Tara, we were just talking about you. Nothing bad, don't worry. You can play it back on the replay. Where has Farmer been? That was Gary a while ago. Evening, Tara. Hello, hello. I was just commenting that we've been stuck on 11 likes forever, and we need to get to 20 to. I don't know whether it's myth or not, but there's a thing with YouTubers that there's a belief. You hit 20 likes and YouTube push it out to more people. Hence, random people come in and say, I've no idea why this was pushed at me in my feed, but here I am, as you discovered the other day. Cheers to Tara and to everyone else who's here with me. I am topless still. It is. Let me give you I'll give you the time, but I'll also get you the temperature. 140 where I am, and the temperature is, according to the weather forecast, this is not a thermometer. Sometimes it can be off by a degree or 2. In winter, it can be up to 3 degrees cooler here than the weather forecast says. And in summer, it can be up to 3 degrees warmer. Because I'm close to the sea, it can be 3 degrees warmer than the weather forecast says. Hold on. Get rid of Dennis Pennis. I don't even want to be in Google. Why am I in Google? 28 degrees. 28 feels like 33 because of the humidity. What the Americans would call the heat index, I believe. I like to keep abreast of our language differences so that I can translate for our transatlantic cousins. Oh, Tina. Tina. Darling, you've moved more. I gotta move you. I can't have you. No. If I moved this chair slightly, I would have been on you. Dog. Let me show you. Well, you can't. I've moved her now, but you won't be able to see the danger. But I'll show you her anyway, because there are a few people here that won't have seen her when I introduced her earlier. I'll do the intro as well afterwards. But There's the flip. Here's the flash. I just had to turn around. She had her backside was under the leg of the chair. If I'd moved the chair, she'd have got clobbered. And then here's the belt that I carry her by, and I need that. I need both sides. You're okay, babe. I'm sorry. You know I need it. I got a belt here, look. And this is how I carry the back end. And nowadays, because the front end doesn't work either, I have to use the lead to pick up or to assist. She does still walk with the front end. The back end I carry off the ground altogether. The front end, well, I'm probably doing 60% of the work at the front as well now. That plus the incontinence, double incontinence, is making life a little bit difficult. She does sometimes, if she pees in the night and I don't notice, or if I'm just fast asleep, which happens occasionally, not too often. Hey babe, you're not going to say hello to the peoples? Come and say hello. Yeah. You're not really going to. Yeah. Go on. What if it was Uncle Ismo? Uncle Ismo. Yeah. If it was Uncle Ismo, you'd be all over it, wouldn't you? Or Auntie Karen. Auntie Karen. Yeah, if it was them, you'd be here. But it's not. Okay, that's my girl anyway. Back to me, folks. I'm sorry. You got to put up with the topless tramp with moves and all that goes with it. Oh, a little bit of a shuffle. That's what I couldn't do. She was this side of the chair leg. I said before that my glasses were all messy and I never cleaned them. Let me do that now. Let me do that. I've got the, what do you call it? The microfiber. I've got the microfiber cloth. I'll take the screws off the lens. And then everything will be bright and I won't know what's going on. I'll be wondering why I didn't clean them an hour ago when I first said, hey, they're getting a bit cloudy. Gosh, yeah. Everything's very bright. Scrolling. How are you doing today? I was just telling someone earlier that I'm still a bit down. But last night was interesting because we had thunder and lightning and a little bit of rain. And my tent hasn't got a roof. And even though I've got a tarpaulin, I didn't get off my ass and put the tarpaulin on. And I risked it. And at one point the weather forecast said kind of best part of 9 millimeters of rain in the next hour. And I just thought, yeah, I'll take my chances. And it never happened. And so I pretty much got away with it. And but then this morning I got up with a bit more pep, a bit more get up and go. And I started to do a few of the jobs around camp that I need to do. Listen, the road's not great, but it's not that fucking bad. 100 meters an hour is not a proper fucking rate to travel down a road. Unless you're gawping at me. Gawping, does that word translate? To gawp is to kind of stare, to look intensely. Stare, basically. To gawp at someone. That sounds like a Scandinavian word, maybe Norse. From back in the day, Norse or Danish, maybe. Germanic root, maybe? To gawp. Let's find out. I was watching Rob Words earlier. He was doing cryptic crosswords. He was explaining some of the tricks and things that they use. I mentioned cryptic crosswords the other day. How flower is usually an indicator that they want a river. And you think, how the fuck does flower become river? Well, you interpret it in another way. It's not a flower, it's a flow, something that flows, river. And he said another one earlier, and I'm just trying to see if I can remember what it was, because I thought it was really clever. I'm going to have to go back and watch the whole fucking video again, because my memory isn't what it... There was a time I could have watched that video once and gone off and started solving cryptic crosswords. He gave so many of the kind of the tricks of the... I said the other day, Professor Tim Wilson, who is my biggest follower, not the guy that he follows me, and he's got, I think, 200,000 followers. I have no idea how often he watches, or whether he's just clicked it one day and never come back again. He's never commented or entered chat. If you're out there, Prof, come on, man up. I know I say all the words, and I know you're more left-leaning and I'm more right-leaning, but you're welcome. Come and say hello. You'll never see this, you'll never know. But he was saying the other day that he's not impressed by certain memory feats. He doesn't view cryptic crosswords as being a sign of intelligence or education. He's the one who said the trick about how flower means flow, flower, something that flows. So if ever you're looking at a cryptic crossword and you see an ER word, kind of ignore the ER moment. If you're stuck, ignore the ER and look at the part before the ER, flow, instead of flower. And Rob Words, which is a great channel for learning about words, etymology, and how words change over time. A lot like Susie Dent. Imagine he's a male Susie Dent. He's not quite as pretty. Sorry, Rob. But it's a good channel. And I enjoyed. I spent about an hour. I was supposed to be getting my nap. I was supposed to be going to sleep. And instead I was watching him explain all the clues in a crossword. And he brought in the one of the top crossword setters. Is that the word? Setters? In the UK. One of the guys who creates the crosswords, who gave some of these clues. You see the word upset in a cryptic crossword clue. That's a sign. It's one of the signs of an anagram. Something upset, and then it gives so a crossword clue is kind of three parts. There's a set of words. There's a keyword that indicates what you need to do, and then there's the proper clue. But the proper clue might be the first part, and then some trigger word or some indicator word, and then the real clue. And you have to decide, are they looking for this or that? How do I get there? It's really interesting, because I used to love doing like the sun crossword, which was both quick and cryptic, get the same set of answers. So if you couldn't get it from one set of clues, you get it from the other. I'm talking about when I was a kid. I'm not espousing the fact that the sun crossword is the height of intellectualism. I used to try the Times crossword, and I could get, half a dozen fucking answers in the thing, and given a whole day of twatting about. I never really got cryptic, but if I'd watched Rob Words when I was like 22, 23, if I'd seen that video then, I would have had a hell of a good start on embarking on that. I was going to check something here, and I don't remember what it was. Let me see if I can. There's an eclipse tomorrow. Yeah, we discussed it already, Tara. There's an eclipse. It starts at about 7 o'clock my time here. Climax is about 8 and finishes about 9. And we get 97.3 totality. So it will go dark. But once it comes light again, then it'll be sunset. So it won't, once it gets light again, it won't be light for long. It'll confuse all the animals. 97.3. You guys don't quite get that, I don't think. The path of totality is not... The path of totality, I think, goes through Alicante. So it's going to come from the southeast. It's going to travel up, and it's going to keep going kind of towards the northwest. But it's going to pass under Britain. And it might go through Ireland. You're in Ireland. It misses Britain. It misses England on the southwest. Yeah, it might go across Ireland. Yeah, maybe just the bottom. That might just be the southwest as well. You might get to, depending. Are you in the north? Did you say yesterday? I don't know where you are. We've only met once. I don't remember all the details. You can see it in Ireland. Yeah, I would imagine so. You can't remember where you can see it. Probably further south. You're in the north. Okay, it's probably southwest, but that might be totality. You probably still get it. Hold on, let me look it up for you. Eclipse, Northern Ireland. I don't think it matters where. It's a small place, only 6 counties, isn't it? When and where to watch it? Oh, come on. Where's the... If I put a question mark, do I get the... I don't get the AI. Maybe if I put tomorrow. I got a proper... One of my questions before, I got the full AI... yeah, the AI rundown. No. When and where to see in Northern Ireland using your... And it's going to say special filtered glasses. When and where in Northern Ireland? I've got to scroll past all the adverts. The most significant eclipse of the century. Do you mean so far, or do you mean that's it for this century? We can all just give up and die happy. When's optimal moment? Use a postcode search tool to... I don't know Northern Ireland postcode. At its peak, the moon will obscure more than 90% of the sun across the UK from approximately 7 p.m. Remember, your 7 p.m. is an hour after my 7 p.m. Oh, excuse me. Oh, you only get... Oh, in Scotland, they only get 15 minutes. The moon's shadow will travel across Britain at a staggering speed of 2,500 miles per hour. Enter the postcode into... So, if you go to belfast.co.uk and enter your postcode, they have a gizmotron. Unlike certain parts of Spain, those watching in the UK will not experience a total eclipse. No, neither will I. Only 97.3%. I think that's near enough. That must be like the diamond ring. Don't stare directly at it. Well, but even when more than 90%, what the fuck are you? Blossom up. I don't even know what a blossom up is. Get fucked. Get out of here. That's an advert. Close that shit. Put the X to close it. So close to the edge of the screen I can't get it. The sun remains hazardous. Yeah, it does. Do the pin 2 bits of cardboard. Take a drawing pin, put a little hole through one piece of cardboard, and point that at the sun, the one with the hole in. Take another piece of card or paper, and get the focus right, and you can watch it on the what's that, pinhole camera? Pinhole. It's not exactly a camera, but the word camera means room. The first cameras were rooms. There you go. There's something in it now. In court, when they decide to do something in private, they do it in camera. There's in public and there's in camera. Camera means room, originally. and to some extent still does. Using a pinhole or everyday household items such as a colander, the colander one I keep reading about. Never tried that. And I don't have a colander. I've got a sieve. Do you think that counts? I don't think a sieve will work the same way. Or you could get hold of Eclipse's sunglasses, which again, don't get them from Chino Bazaars. But it looks like you will have some, even in the north of Ireland, you'll have some element of eclipse, some level of dimming of the sun, 7 o'clock your time onwards. Yours will, I was saying this earlier, yours will start just as I'm at as close to totality as we're going to get, as I'm at peak. And I'm going to go live tomorrow afternoon. I'm going to broadcast. So what you could do is come live, watch me as it starts, and as I get to peak darkness and maybe a little bit beyond, when it starts to get live brighter again, then you could walk outside and go look at your one. Because of the time difference thing. My 7 o'clock's different to your 7 o'clock. Only by an hour. But yeah. Oh, that's nice and cold. Beer number 3, folks. And 2 o'clock. But I started late, yeah? So I'm on about 3.5 hours. I've got to go at 2:30 because I started late. 2:30 is the dentist's favourite time. It'll probably be covered in clouds anyway. 93% coverage apparently. Okay, that's not bad, is it? Yeah, I mean, you're going to notice it. It's going to suddenly become dusk. You know, it's is that the right word? That's the right word. Dawn till dusk. Yeah, nighttime. Oh, that reminds me when I was a kid and I didn't have an argument with a teacher, but she was reading something. I think it was what's he called? Not Charlie, Champion of the World. Roald Dahl, the one about the lad and his dad stitching up sultanas and putting aspirin or something in the middle, and all the pigeons dropping out of the, was it pigeon? Pheasants dropping out of the trees asleep. Not Charlie. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Somebody champion, Danny, champion of the world? But anyway, she was reading this, and they were going off kind of into the woods, and it was getting dark. It was kind of after sunset, that period. And she read the word dusk, and then she asked us to define dusk, and I did. And she said, no, I was wrong, it was dawn. I'm like, no. Yeah. And I'm like, no. Dawn's the same thing in the morning. That's when it's going from dark to light. When it's going from light to dark, that's dusk. I was fucking 7 and I was arguing with a teacher. This is why they called me the professor when I was at school. A little fucking know-it-all. A little know-it-all bastard, precocious sod. And I was. My idea of a good Christmas present was an encyclopedia, or there was a book called 365 Things to Know. There was another one called Don't Ask Me, which was, if you remember the TV program, I think that one was called Ask Me Why. Miriam Stoppard, if anyone remembers Magnus Pike, he was a wacky old sod. The guy, he couldn't speak without moving his hands. Miriam Stoppard, Magnus Pike, and Rob somebody or other. Don't know whatever happened to him. Miriam Stoppard, of course, was married to Tom Stoppard, the playwright, and I guess film screenwriter or whatever. But Dr. Miriam Stoppard, Professor Magnus Pike, and I think he was Dr. Robert. Don't know. Don't remember. I'd recognise him if I saw him. If I saw the name, I think it would get there. I think I wouldn't remember. But smarter than the teachers. Saying that reminds me of another argument I had against the whole class and 2 teachers about ice cream and spaghetti and fireworks. I said China. And they're like, you must be kidding. China's like almost equatorial. Ice cream? And Marco Polo was the answer. That's what links it. Now, whether Marco Polo was one man or multiple, whether he's a myth, the thing is, some traveller or travellers went to China and they found noodles and they got the recipe. But these were made with rice flour. And then they came back to Italy. This is why Italy does pasta, does ice cream, and just fireworks. If you've ever watched like an Italian football match, they're all over the firecrackers and the fireworks. And the answer is Marco Polo. And I said this, and everyone in class said, you're fucking kidding. You're talking about 1200 and something. Ice cream, no refrigeration, no this, no that, no the other. And I'm like, no, you're looking at it wrong. In winter, a lake will freeze over. You haul all the ice into a building, and you build the building in such a way that it's kind of concentric circles. It's layered. So the ice house in the middle has the blocks of ice, and when the outside layers, when the outside corridors, if you like, get too warm, you take some ice out of the middle to the outer layer, and some from there to the more outer layer. You have like 3 concentric circles. And you can keep a small area cold all year round, which means you can make ice cream. You can keep things frozen all year round. Now, America kind of rediscovered this idea 650 years later, maybe, when America started building ice houses and ice cellars, whatever you want to call them. Ice cream. So the pasta thing, the pasta was an attempt by Italians to replicate. So for anyone who doesn't know, noodles, it's some kind of flour. In the Chinese case, it's a rice flour and some kind of proteiny, sticky, starchy thing like an egg. Italy didn't have the rice flour, but they had flour and egg. That's a pasta noodle. That's what that is. And gunpowder, once you've got the recipe, you make it, 3 main ingredients? Carbon, some kind of sulfur, and potassium nitrate, maybe. 3 ingredients. You just got to get the mix right. Experiment, you'll find it. It's only 3 ingredients. And this is what and I had this argument against a whole class calling me an idiot. How could they possibly have had ice cream in 1200 and something? There was no refrigeration, there was no this, and I'm like, you don't need to build an electric fridge to have ice. What are you talking about? And I was talking with this one teacher, and she's like, I don't know, but it sounds wrong to me. And this other teacher comes in and says, no, that's definitely wrong. So the week after, I came back with one of my 18 encyclopedias. And I made the teacher read out it's only a little entry about Marco Polo, ice cream, gunpowder, pasta, and because he's Italian, that's why Italy has those 3 things that are quite significant in Italy's history. So yeah, little fucking know-it-all. Even as a 12 or 13-year-old, whatever I would have been. This was the first or second year at high school. Smarter than I don't know about smarter. The whole thing about intelligence versus knowledge. Just because you've heard something and remembered it doesn't mean you're more intelligent, which is what I interpret smarter as meaning. Intelligence is the ability to think on the fly, to take disparate information and work out a new thing there and then. Stuff that you've memorized, memorizing dates and places and how to do a cryptic crossword, what the little puzzles and clues are. It's not the same as intelligence, I don't think. Intelligence is the ability to learn. Knowledge is the stack of things that you have learnt. And you can have learnt lots of things and therefore just know more than other people. Is it intelligence? Is it smartness? I mean, it makes you a smart ass at times, and I have been guilty of that many, many times. I was guilty, I guess, of being the pub smart ass at times. I said, I don't know how many of you were here a couple of weeks ago. What's this? Is the group called Killer? Are we humans or are we dancers? Now, I was a dancer when I was in the pub, a little bit drunk. Only after 8 pints, I wouldn't dance until I'm a man. You know what I mean? I'm not. I don't dance, but after 8 pints, I'll dance. But I said to a group of people, what did I say? Something like, that's a false bifurcation. Yeah, I think it was there might have been another word, but I think it was bifurcation. There are other options. But that bifurcation is when something forks, a false distinction. Are we humans or are we dancers? Have you ever seen a dancer that's not a human? It's not a real... No, I'm not human, I dance. That would be stupid, that would be silly. Am I a dancer or am I a drunk? I mean, that might have been a better fucking question. Sorry, I'm swearing too much. Cheers, folks. The Killers are a great band. I think I only know the one. I'm not a great one for remembering. I remember like lyrics or catchy hooks from songs. I don't necessarily remember whole songs. I don't remember lyrics, and I don't often remember who the song's by, unless it was like really a big star or a really big hit. So I only know the one song by the Killers, and it's that one. I've probably heard others that I just wouldn't be able to tell you them right now. But if you played 5 or 6 to me, I'd probably, I know that I've heard of that one. I remember that one. I'd probably have to do that 2 or 3 times. I don't know. Didn't they disintegrate as a band? I don't think they lasted long. Infighting is the usual thing with bands. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Let me just, give me a second. My glasses are digging in a bit. You know the 2 plastic prongs that sit on your bloody nose? I think I've had them down around my eyes too much today. Ordinarily, they spend an inordinate amount of time kind of just within reach, so that I can do that when I need them. Most people, when you look at them, it's in places like Spain, that'd be sunglasses. I haven't really, I've never settled into sunglasses. They've never worked for me. But I have to keep my glasses. It's either that or do the little old lady thing and take a fucking shoelace and tie them you know, on the end of a shoelace down around my chest. I prefer that. But it is, I can feel the indentation. I've worn them too much the last day or two. You know, worn them on my nose. There's the other thing. Can you see the difference between the pink here and the white here? Again, it's that overhang. The same as the white under the moobs and the white under the belly. I'm fairly brown most places. Again, reminds me when I first became homeless. I spent all my life trying to get this bit brown. I was made homeless. Oh fuck, what's the date? Hold on. 12th of August. Now, for me, and for you if you're in the UK. August the 12th. Fuck. August the 14th, folks. 4 years since being made homeless. I mean, technically, the February or March, but I stayed with a friend for a few months. When she got sick of me and said, get out, August the 14th. 2022, yeah? I've only just realised. All right, so I've got an eclipse on the Wednesday. That's right, isn't it? Wednesday the 12th. And the 14th will be Friday. I'm live anyway Friday night, aren't I? But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do one at 11:14 in the morning. I'll just go live at 11 in the morning. Probably just for an hour or two. That's the time she kicked me out and made me walk down the steps into the wilds of Torrevieja is the phrase that I've kind of adopted. But that's when she said, no, go. She offered me a pot noodle, dry, and I said, go. One hold all. One heavy carrier bag half filled with dog food, and one carrier bag with dog toys and a cushion for Tina. And then Tina could walk back then, so I wasn't carrying her. Excuse me. Obviously, she could walk, she could run back then. Hey, babe. You remember Auntie Lorraine? I don't think you do, really. Died about a year ago, apparently. That's sad. Even though we fell out, that's sad. I regret the fact that we fell out, but you can outstay your welcome as a guest. I was sleeping on a 2-seater settee with my legs hanging off the end. And you know that jerk you get with your legs, myoclonic jerk, I think it's called. That happened one night, and I kicked a shelf of, I guess my legs were hanging, I kicked a shelf of her little knickknacks. She came running, screaming out of the bedroom. What the fuck have you done now? Oh, yeah, she tried to help. Great. Yeah. No, she was a great friend. I mean, I've always said, I don't know how to be homeless. I didn't know how to be homeless. Looking back, I didn't know that I could go out all day and spend no money. Once I was homeless, now when I was first homeless, I had a phone, a Kindle Fire tablet, and a Kindle, like the little ebook reader from Amazon. I had the devices, and I had a little solar panel, a little folding solar panel. Solar panels have been like a key all the way through this adventure. So when I was at hers, I now realise I could have got up and gone out before like 9 in the morning and not returned until 9 or 10 at night and not be under her feet. But I didn't understand. In my head at the time, going out of the house meant spending money. You go buy a coffee, you get a little bun or a little cake, you go somewhere, you buy a sandwich, you go to a bar and buy a beer. Going out of the house meant you went somewhere, you did something, you spent some money. I quickly learned that, once I was actually out in the wilds, I quickly learned as long as you've got something to occupy your mind, you can go out all day for nothing. If the weather's conducive, you can go and sit on a bench on the seafront, look out at the sea. Just occupy the bench for the day, you and your dog. Read a real world book if you've got one. Get a newspaper out of the bin. Do the puzzle page, the crosswords and the logic puzzles and the Sudoku and the whatever else. Just sit there and read your ebook reader when I had one. I've still got it. It just warns me it needs a battery replacement because this field flooded twice within the first month that I was here. But that's later. That's much later than when we're talking about initially. I could have done things to not be under her feet all day long. I mishandled that through my own ignorance, preconceptions. I thought going out of the house meant spending money. Sorry, I'm trying to stretch my legs out and cross them a little bit for comfort. There's an empty water bottle in the way. I'll get rid of that tomorrow. So yeah, she tried to help. She did try to help. And no, she did help me. So here's what happened. I got kicked out by my landlord illegally. And I took the possession. I carried as much as I thought I possibly could. It turns out I carried too much and had to leave the rest behind. And he said, make arrangements with the landlord and with the agent and come back and get your stuff another day. I carried too much. I was aiming for a friend's house that I used to live at, but I was killing myself with all that I was carrying. Couldn't get there. She was on the way. I stopped off on the way and said, can I just get a coffee? I've just been illegally evicted and I'm on my way to, and I didn't have any credit on my phone. So once I was there and on her Wi-Fi, I called my friend and he said no. I called some other people. Oh, we would, but we've got friends coming over this weekend. Yeah, the friend circle deteriorated from there on. I said the other day about how I had these 2 bank accounts and I was locked out of them. One ran out of money and the other one I was locked out of. And people said, they can't do that. That's not right. You're lying. And the rumours went around my entire circle of friends, and I lost my entire friend network because they called me a liar. And then the lady that I arrived at, my friend Lorraine, she said, you can stay for a day or two. I stayed a week. My friend Ismo from Finland came over and was going to rent an apartment somewhere. He rented a bigger apartment, a 2-bedroom apartment, invited me in, thinking that I'd be able to sort out my bank issues within that next few days. He'd had a bank issue and sorted it like the next day. I'm still here 4 years later and that's not sorted. But I stayed with Ismo for a month. Something like that, approximately a month. Might have been 28 days, whatever it was. And then he was going home to Finland. He had to go back. And so I was going to be homeless again. And I rang Lorraine. I said, look, I'm really sorry, but I'm really stuck. Is there any chance you can come and get me? And she did. And I'm really appreciative of everything she did. Now, where things went a little bit awry, she was one of those very controlling people about what goes on in her house. And so after she'd cooked for me a few times, I said, let me make dinner. No, my house, my rules. I'm like, I spent the first month offering and offering and offering. No, no, no. And at the end, she throws it back in my face that I never cooked anything. Never did this, never did that. I don't want to speak ill of, friends, the dead, however you want to put it. But I got the impression while I was there from things she said about her husband. She said he never did anything. The only thing he ever did was walk that bloody dog that I didn't like. My house, my rules. I do. Her daughters rarely, if ever, came to visit. Very controlling about her house. I can imagine when her kids came over, and these are full-grown women with like 5 and 10-year-old kids. I could imagine that she would be, you've got to be in by 10 or 11, or my house, my rules. And so they don't come. The husband never did anything because you can never do anything right. The times I washed the dishes, I did it wrong. You couldn't put, you end up treading on eggshells with some people because you can't do right for doing wrong. I'm saying too much. I should shut up. Suffice to say that our friendship came to an end. She felt I was taking advantage. She was listening to the rumours from the circle of friends about how I was lying about my bank account and this, that and the other. So, August the 14th, 11 o'clock, or just after. It's meant to be 11, but there was a little delay because she made me throw away my television and my printer. Basically, she wanted me to take everything with me, all of my belongings. And there was a couple of suitcases, a few holdalls, and a bag with like a kettle, toaster, and what would be a third option, a third item that would go with it. I had this kitchen set. Kettle, toaster, coffee maker, the filter coffee maker. I had a set. I had these things. I'd lived in Spain for 6 years at the time. I'd built up a collection of belongings after moving here and kind of starting over. She wanted me to take everything with me. And I'm like, I'm going to be living in a fucking field. What am I going to do with a kettle of toast? I couldn't even carry them all. So she made me throw away a perfectly good TV and a perfectly good inkjet printer, and then she relented and said she'd store the rest until I got sorted. And I never got sorted. Between the Spanish courts, the police, and my situation, I left her house with not a penny on me, not a single penny. It was 3 or 4 days later that another lady who knew her bumped into me and said, "How are you doing? Are you all right? Have you eaten?" I said, "No." "Have you got money?" "No, I've got not a penny." So the dogs have got food. So I've thought about putting some of the dog food into water and making a slurry, making a porridge. She put her hand in her pocket, pulled out 15 euros, and another lady that was next to her or nearby asked what was going on, and she pulled out 20, and I had 35 euros suddenly. And they told me to go and get a breakfast. And I thought, I can't do that. My only 35 euros in the world, and you want me to go and spend kind of 10 euros on a breakfast, on a single meal. So I went to the supermarket, and I spent 5 or 6 euros at the supermarket and got a week's worth of food. Do you think you'll ever find a home, Mike? I mean, I have to go back to the UK eventually. It's a case of chicken and egg. I need my money from my bank to get a lawyer to sort out my legal troubles. My bank say I have to go back, not just to the UK, but to my specific branch. My legal troubles, it's like 50-50 whether I get out of the country when I try. The last time I tried, I got arrested at the airport. There'd been a court date set. No one had told me. I'd missed the court date, so there was a bench warrant for me. So I couldn't leave the country. If I tried now, I've got a dog. It'd be 500-600 euros to get me and Tina back to the UK. That's not including the cost of getting me back. And even when I get back to the UK, I'll probably be homeless. I got family back there, but there's disputes within the family about certain things. I got a few friends who would probably put up with me for a little while, maybe a couple of weeks, so I could walk into my bank, sort things out, get access to my money, and then maybe rent a flat, maybe rent a small flat for, I mean, how far does 7 grand go nowadays? That'll pay a deposit the first 2 or 3 months, and if I get a 2-bedroom flat and find someone else to split the costs with me, I mean, that'd help. And then I might have enough left over to buy a few bits of equipment and start up a business. That's my, I'm not going to say it's a plan, but that's my kind of idea at the minute. Whether it will ever happen or not, I mean, it's got to be 2 years now. The police have left me alone. Almost. We've gone from having weekly or fortnightly visits to, I had 2 rookie cops show up in the same week. Well, 2 sets of rookie cops show up in the same week. That was probably about this time of year. They'd rotated a different bunch of cops in, or they're fresh out of the academy or something. They came along telling me I couldn't camp here and asking me how long I'd been here. And they thought I was going to say 2 days or 3 days. You can't camp here. And when I said I'd been here 2 years, 3 maybe at this point, 2.5, 3. I don't remember what I told them. I don't remember how long ago it was. I noticed suddenly there was a lot of brand new cop cars. And then there was a lot of cops in brand new uniforms, and they were all haranguing me. And I told them, your boss was here a year or 2 ago, and he walked around the field for 3 hours trying to arrest me and couldn't. And they took photographs, went away and left. Not before issuing threats and instructions, because cops have to cop-splain even when they find out they're in the fucking wrong. That's a notable thing about cops. Okay, folks, I think I've hit the 4-hour mark, roughly speaking. We'll do another few minutes. If anybody else wants to join in, it seems to be all me and Tara at the minute. Before that, it was all me and, was it Gary? It was all me and Gary. Prior to that, oh, it jumped. Prior to that, it keeps jumping. I can't get back further than Gary. Who was here before Gary? Fucking hell. Andy's computer tube. You know, for quite a while, there's just been one person at a time, but for like a half hour or much at a time. Gary's still here, chap. Okay. Still here, old chap. Jolly hockey sticks. Good to know. Oh, movement in the field. Reminds me. 3 dead mice this week. I finally got my ass together and brought the, oh, this is interesting. Finally got the, I got 3 of the mouse traps set up. The 4th one's lost under a pile of stuff, and I don't know. But here's the thing. After I brought the tube in, I haven't even baited them. I've just set them up where I think the mice will be running, where I think they're coming in, and they like to stick close to the walls, as I said the other day. And it turns out, when I looked at the one mousetrap that's been set up for a few months and I've never checked, I had a decomposed mouse with like a skeleton and a head, and that must have been there a little while. So a month or 6 weeks ago, when I had a lot of flies and I didn't know why, I had a lot of flies in that corner, and I thought I must have had some food going off, and I couldn't find the food that had gone off. It will have been the decomposing mouse. So I brought that out and threw that in the hedge. Reset it. You just click, and I haven't baited this at all. I just put it where I think they're coming in. Now there's 2 possibilities. They're either coming in on the electric wire and in through the little inlet where the there's a little zip where the wire goes in. They're either coming in from there, or they're coming in from the back of the tent, but they still have to go around the bedroom and along that same channel, that same alleyway. And so I reset it, and later that day, I had a clunk, and I left it half an hour. There's nothing worse than your mousetrap goes off, you look straight away, and the thing's in the death throes. The mousetraps I've got now are these ones with the teeth from Temu. But they're pretty fucking fantastic, I gotta say. The ones with the bar and the spring, the mouse will fucking wriggle for 30 seconds or more. I hate seeing that. I hate to take a life and have to watch and seeing the life end while it wriggles. These ones, clunk, and more often than not, just gone. But I don't want to risk it, so I don't look. I leave it half an hour. Of all the mice these 4 mousetraps have killed, and it's got to be about 30 now overall. I haven't used them for 9 months or more, maybe. That's not right. Is it? Maybe early last winter, but I don't remember using them this year, like winter, spring this year. I could be misremembering. But I haven't used them in months and months, to the point where 2 of them, the mechanism wasn't working. I had to faff about with them to get them going. Rust on the internal springs and things. But these ones where you see the plastic teeth come down and interlock like that, pretty fantastic in my view. Only once have I had one catch something and not kill it. It caught one by the leg one time. I had a choice to make. Put it on the floor and stomp on it. I have stomped on mice before. I've also had one running around inside a shopping bag, and I had to take a hammer to it. I hated myself both times I did that. So this time when it caught one by the leg, I brought it right across the field and I threw it into the grass. It's probably going to die with a broken leg. But I gave it a fair go. I said, don't come back. Fuck off. Live long and prosper, but not in my tent, not in my on my food, not in my bed. Yeah. Russell's in the house. My dog ended up eating that mouse that was in my place, Gary. I mean, I wish my dog was like that. I do suspect that she that she killed a rat one time. I think I've told this story. Can't say for sure, but we'd had rats running around, including inside the tent. And one night, Tina just insisted on sleeping outside. Really unusual. Really fucking unusual. I think I had her tied to a log. We had a long lead. We had a 25-meter long lead. Was it 25 or 15-meter long training lead? A lot of it was coiled up, but she had a long lead. She was tied to something heavy. But I go up the next day, and there's a rat, dead, stiff, 2 puncture wounds under the neck. So either Count Dracula got it, or my girl with her, is it incisors? The sets of teeth that are pointy. Maybe Tina got it. She insisted. She was really upset about something. She insisted on being outside that night. And then there was a dead fucking rat on the floor over there with puncture wounds in the neck. Could have been another dog got it. Fox is not impossible. But we don't have much else around here with 2 fangs, I'm going to go with incisors as my best guess as the name of those teeth. There was no marks on the top, but depending on how how the dog grabs it, I could imagine 2 into the throat. Sometimes they'll take an injury like that and run off and be kind of fine, and then they die of shock afterwards. I don't know. But I suspect most of the times, like if you look at my first ever video, folks, so if you, under this video, or when we're done, or on any other video, you click my little icon on the far left, next to the channel name, and it will take you to my channel. And then you click videos, and they will be in reverse chronological order with the most recent first. But if you click to reverse that, if you tell it to go oldest rather than newest first, go oldest first, and watch my first video, and look at the shack I was living in. 6 broom handles and an old broken tarp. And the tarp, I'd put 2 arches in there, made from, I think they were apple tree branches, but anyway, they were made from branches. I got 4 branches and I made 2 arches. Stick a stake in the ground, tie the sticks to it, bend them over and tie them to each other, form the arch so that you haven't got a concave roof, you want a convex roof. 6 broom handles, 4 branches, 2 chairs, and 2 piles of bricks formed the base of my bed. But the thing is, when you've got something like that and a sheet that comes down to the floor, anything can get in underneath anywhere, and they did. We had rats getting in, we had mice getting in. I had mice run along the edge of my fucking bed. I'm laying on the edge of my bed, looking off the edge, and the fucker runs past me in front of me. And mice, have you ever seen how fast a mouse is? Speedy Gonzales isn't a fucking myth. Mice are so fast. But in the early days, I had big battles with mice and rats. A couple of friends, the same ladies who first bought me a phone, also got me some mouse traps. Unfortunately, they got them from the Chino Bazaar. The first time they went off with nothing in them, or the first time the mouse set it off but but avoided it, they exploded. The spring was so powerful, it went off and it pulled the entire mechanism, which was held on by staples, pulled it all out and exploded. I think I had 2 mouse traps and 1 bigger one, 1 rat trap. The rat trap survived the longest. Which leads us to the day where the rat trap caught 2 at once. I was looking from my bed over onto I had a pile of my possessions, a pile of bags down the side. This was a really small shelter. It was the size of a double bed and half a metre, 3/4 of a metre where I could pile my belongings up. And that was it. There was no walk space around the bed. There was about the same size at the bottom end at this end. So double mattresses. I built my own bed. I've covered that in the past. Well, I said it before. 2 chairs set perpendicular to each other. A beam laid across. 2 piles of bricks, a beam laid across, and 4 planks laid across those beams. And then 2 mattresses, put one on top of the other. Do you know what? Initially it was probably only 1 mattress. I think the second mattress came later. That's when my friend Damien came on the scene. You got to watch those early videos, folks. The first week or 2 of my videos. I made my first ever video. And I don't mean my first ever YouTube video. I mean I made my first ever video. And put it live. Saying, hey, there are storms coming. We're going to have 10 days of thunder and lightning. According to the weather forecast. And I'm in a shelter made out of 6 broom handles. And a tarpaulin that I got from the bins that has rips in already. "10 days of thunder and lightning." So I did a cookery, obviously I did a cookery video. Hello world. What do I call it? Hello world. Thunderstorms inbound. Let's make some food. I was trying to make a 3-day stew. Chicken flavoured stew. I had potatoes, carrots, onions, and some stock cubes. I think that's about it. Oh, I had a stale baguette, which I used as dumplings. Or croutons, however you want to view it. First ever video. And that night, it rained so heavily, my roof sagged in, and I put my arm up to push it up and push the water off. And my forearm, it wasn't that I did it with my hand, and my forearm went through the entire roof. The plastic was so fragile, so frangible. When plastic's been in the sun and becomes brittle. Frangible is the word you want. Good word. Educated by a tramp. Memories, folks. Memories. How did I get here? I went on a magical mystery tour there, didn't I? It started with the mice and the rats. Okay, I get it. Russell says, "Hi Mike, glad you're okay." Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay-ish. I'm a little bit down still, or I was. But the little black plastic ones, yeah, and they've got like a warning triangle, a yellow warning sticker on them. The mouse traps, yeah, they're fantastic. Top recommend. I should do a review. I probably have to clean them up a bit first. They're fantastic. They're so dangerous, they tell you not to get your hands anywhere near them once they're set. And you don't mess about with bait on the front end. You unscrew this little pot underneath, take it away from the trap, and put a bit of ketchup or mayonnaise. Barbecue sauce worked best for me. But I've killed 3 this week. Well, I've killed 2 in recent days, and there was one that was already dead. With no, I haven't even by just putting them in the right position. The mouse, if you know that mice go down walls, they stick along barriers, and so you put the trap close. You don't put it up against the wall, but you put it a little bit back. The mouse comes walking by, and it's inquisitive, and it will find its own way in, and yeah. I haven't baited them, and I've got, and the one that went off. I mean, it must be 2 weeks. I don't know how long it takes to decompose a mouse. I could ask Google, but however long ago that went off, it wouldn't have been it wouldn't have had baiting. If I put something like a ketchup or a barbecue sauce in there, within 2 or 3 days, the ants have had the bait, and they're not heavy enough to set off the trap. But the ants will come and take away the bait. But yeah, scrolling, scary, says Tara. Barry, hello, hi Mike, I'm back in Benny. It's so hot. It is, mate. Like even now. Last time I looked, it was 28. Feels like 33 or something. Let me get an update. I don't know why it says 28 here. Let me update. 27 feels like 32. It's cooling down, but it's not going to get any cooler than 27 all night. 8 o'clock in the morning, still 27, and then 29, 30, 31, 32. And tomorrow, let me look at tomorrow. Okay. Oh, well, okay, it's not tomorrow, it's now today. It's going to be 32, feels like 40 because of the humidity. Partly cloudy. High of 33. Oh yeah, high of 33. I missed it. I was looking right at it and couldn't see it. Sunrise will be 7:15. That's something that you notice in Spain, because we're further south than England, quite a bit further south. The sunrise and sunset temperatures don't move as quickly. So in the UK, I think they move about 4 minutes a day. And in Spain, they move about a minute or 2 minutes per day. They don't move that rapidly. So at midsummer, summer solstice, I think sunrise was like somewhere between 6:45 and 7. I don't remember exactly. And sunset was like 9:15, maybe 9:30. And it's still 9 o'clock. I think we just said 7:15 for sunrise. Hasn't moved that far. And we're a month and a half post, aren't we? From June the 21st. Beer's still cold. This is nice. I did. You didn't remind me, folks. When I told you that I'd turned my bloody freezer on, fridge, freezer, whatever you want to call it, you didn't remind me that I'd left it on. Nobody told me to remember to turn it off again. So I've run, the EcoFlow that's inside is now, it's not totally out of power, it's down to 10%. I can use the USB ports at 10%, or I can log in and change the limit and then get the USB ports and things available. USB-C won't work straight away, but I can lower the limit, the threshold, and make USB-C work. Or I can just stick with my second EcoFlow here, which is only on 28% look, because it's been charging tablets and phones all night, and lamps. Tina, quiet. What is it doing? Is there somebody out there? Somebody walking past, maybe? Was it an animal? You're not complaining about cats again, are you? Now, if there's someone out there and they go in my tent, I'll have to go and hit somebody. But I don't think so. You're trying to move though, so something's got you agitated. What is it, babe? Hey, what do we got? Where are you looking? You're trying to go that way. Probably an animal in the field, isn't it? Probably. Sorry, folks. I'm still flashing the bare shoulders most of the time. I have got the moves as well. But I've got to get rid of this menu here. It's annoying me. Okay, folks. Where are we? There's some eclipse tonight. There is. Well, yeah. Now tonight. Wednesday night. Wednesday evening. We've talked about it a couple of times already. That was okay. I'm at hot in Benidorm. In Benidorm. Oh wow. Are you in the path of totality? You might be. I get 97.3% totality. You're equidistant from Alicante, but in the other direction. Alicante is at the southern end of totality, if I remember the map correctly. You may well get actual totality. It starts somewhere around 7 Spanish time, with the maximum being about 8. Yeah, if you're here. Hold on, folks. Actually, that's a little bit crude, but I had to arrange the undercarriage. And now I'm touching the screen. I'll be off in the sea later. Oh, that's nice. I wish I could do that. Just after 8, it looks like the moon bites the sun. It does. It does. Especially, I mean, if you get totality, the sun disappears for a couple of minutes. And then you get the diamond ring. Now at 97.3% totality, I'm not sure what that will look like. Probably not the diamond ring, but probably just the thinnest crescent sun. For me, it's going to be low in the sky. I might not be able to see it at all. Or it'll be really, really low. I mean, from where I'm sat here, I've got a big bush in the way, but then I've got buildings in the way, and then there are hills over there and there. So it might not, that hill might not block it. It might. It's a little bit more over that way. I don't know. What I should have done, I should have found the exact time, and I should have looked at where the sun was at that time today, and then I could have picked out my vantage point. I am going to go live tomorrow and cover it. Now Wednesday, Scruff Dog goes live at usually about 10:30. I don't think I'm going to carry on right through to that. You never know. But after I was 2 hours in today, I thought I was hanging up my gloves. I don't know. Give me I can't finish that sentence. Hanging up my to quit. Hanging up my gloves is a boxing metaphor, a boxing idiom. So who knows? Maybe I surprise myself sometimes with how long I can rabbit on for. Thumbs up, folks, if you haven't already. Oh, look at that. Someone did it without me saying. That's nice. I hit 11 likes fairly early on, and then it's kind of frozen until just now. Just after 8 p.m. 8 p.m. I think is totality. That's the maximum, yeah. But it's an hour either side, from beginning to end. But yeah, even if you don't get totality, like I won't, it'll be dim and dark-ish. And then half an hour later, after it ends, or an hour after it ends, it'll be sunset anyway. So that's how low in the sky it's going to be. So it's going. Oh, did the weather forecast just say it's going to be cloudy tomorrow? Let's hold on. I think it said with some cloud. I don't think it said cloudy. I got to check. Oh, there is cloud. No, the pictogram or pictographs that they show is about 4/5 sun and 1/5 cloud. But I don't trust them and their pictographs. There's a chance it will be clouded over. It won't matter. 97% obscured sun is going to get really dark, whether you can actually see it or not. Something just landed on my... I don't know. Oh, did my head? No, I didn't catch the fringe of the brolly. It's not a brolly. What is it? Sombria. I've said about how I went into the Chino Bazaar trying to buy a parasol. The word doesn't exist in Spanish. I thought I wanted to buy something for sun. He thought I wanted one of those silver windscreen covers. Mate, if I needed a windscreen cover, I wouldn't be living in a fucking field. I'd have a car. But no, parasol doesn't exist. Sombria with a double L as the ya. I can't remember the English. The English word is parasol. Yeah. I worry myself sometimes. I'm no good at Spanish, but at the same time, I'm forgetting English. I don't know, folks. What can you do? Right, where are we for time? Are we on 4.5 hours? I started at 10:30. We're on 4.5 hours. Are we carrying on? I'll go along if you want to go along. You just have to talk to me. Keep the conversation going, folks, and I'll keep going. If the conversation stops, so will I. I just got to check on my girl. How she manages to turn 180 degrees when she can't move. It's the most perplexing thing ever. Do you think if I wait a little bit longer, she'll carry on, go through 270 degrees and back to 360, come back to where she started off, back to the origin point, as a mathematical term might be? Keep trooping on, sir. I will, but I will need help. I'll need topics and conversation and people to talk to. If the conversation dries up, so do I, and I'm not going to sit here struggling for shit to talk about. Do you know, this week, speaking about things to talk about, I think I'm going to buy a small hot air balloon. Seriously? One that you can ride in? Or a small one that you put a candle under and it goes up, and when it lands, it starts a forest fire. Still get people setting those off here in Spain. Last summer, in the middle of drought conditions, there was a couple stood at the top of the road here, top of this track near the main road, where they're more likely to be seen than not, and they stood there for about an hour trying to light this thing, trying to balance the little platform under the, basically like a big paper bag, trying to balance the candle on the platform and stick the candle to the platform. And yeah, forest fires all around, but let's just set off what do you call them? It's not a Chinese lantern, is it? But it is a Chinese thing, because they were made out of paper in there's another Chinese invention. Proper paper. Not your papyrus rubbish. And I think the Chinese did it before the Egyptians. I can tie a long 100-meter rope. Hold on. Rope to float up to the clouds, hover above my house. Have it hover, not you. Still don't understand how they steer the damn thing. You don't. You go wherever the wind takes you. And if it goes wrong, you... a proper hot air balloon has a... There's a thing to pull to make flame on, so that you go higher. But they have another one that opens a small vent at the top. Let the hot air out, and you can come down somewhat under your own control. But the steering isn't, there is no steering, no. You learn certain, like paragliders and, what's the other one? It's basically just a kite with a man under it. Triangular frame, wheels, man lays down, legs suspended, arms in front of him. What are they called? Fuck, words. Words are difficult, aren't they? I'm not good at words anymore. The brain's not a microlight. Imagine a microlight without the engine. What are they called? Hang glider. Hang glider. Fuck, I got there. Sometimes I give myself the clues and get the words. Like all the words. I remember those words. I can say the other words. Paraglider. Hang glider. Fuck. There's no, but if you learn like hang gliding, you look like above a cornfield, you get certain updrafts that the air heats in a certain way, and you get these. And if you learn those, you don't really get to steer, but you can, to some extent, hover above an area. If it's going up, you can ride the vertical drafts. Maybe less so in a balloon than a hang glider or a paraglider or whatever. There's an Australian film where the gent tied balloons to a chair and flew across the country. Was based on a true story, I think. Thermals, yeah, that's the word. The upcurrents, the updrafts, yeah. Cornfield, certain types of yellow fields, I think, is what you want to get over. Maybe green. Or is it yellow? Or is it green? But if you can't steer in the first place, you I don't know. I'm maybe thinking more of hang gliding and those other. Paragliding is where you get dragged along. What's the one where you've got a parachute but you've got a fan strapped to your back? So is there parasailing and paragliding? Is there a difference? Maybe I'm mixing two different things up. One, you get dragged by a rope from a boat or some such, and one, hold on, what's a microlight? Oh, you see, now I've said the words already. All the words. Microlight. Is that not a hang glider with an engine? Or is that a parachute with an engine? With the big fan strapped to your back. I wouldn't mind giving some of those a go. Thermal drafts. Paragliding is where you jump off a cliff, I think. That sounds like base jumping, depending on go into all the parachute stuff. Base jumping. The base stands for something, doesn't it, in base jumping? Bridges. Is it bridges, aqueducts, structures, and base isn't just it's not just a word. It's an initialism or an acronym. I guess it forms a word that makes it an acronym. Let me look this up. What does base in base jumping stand for? The 4 different types of fixed structure or locations that people jump off of. Buildings, antennas, antennae I would argue, spans, that's bridges really, but you're using you're deliberately trying to make an acronym out of it, and earth. You're jumping from Earth. So that's a cliff. Buildings, antennas, spans, which is really bridges, but you wanted an S at that position, not a B. It's almost a backronym. You've decided what word you want and you're just finding fucking letters and words to make it work. Bridges, antennas, antennae, spans, and Earth. I'll try and remember that for next time. I can't remember it. I knew it was a thing. It's not just like I'm jumping from a base. It was a, whether you call it an initialism or an acronym. I guess we could look at what the difference is. I think if it makes a word that you can say as a word, it's an acronym. If it's just a set of letters like RSPCA, that's an initialism. Scrolling. Microlight is those little planes with one wheel. So like a hang glider or a fixed wing proper plane. Oh, sure. Paragliding is where you jump off a cliff, I think. I've seen people do it from a field where the wind's in the right direction and the... Who was it? Okay. Famous YouTuber. 10 million plus followers. Retired a couple of years ago and then came back. British? There aren't many British YouTubers with 10 million followers. Retired about 2 years ago, but came back about 6 months ago with the intention of visiting every... While I'm talking, I'm churning in my mind to try and remember his name. He wants to find something of interest in every county in Britain. Chris, Pete, Steve. I'm running through names. I'm not getting it. It was him that did the paragliding, parasailing, whatever it was. Tandem. He did it in a tandem, kind of a tandem. Can you call it a jump if you're setting off from the ground? I guess it still is. Their initial tow, I think, was it from a glider? Or was it just from like a steam catapult, something pulling him across the field? I don't know. I can't remember. I'm pissed off I don't remember the guy's name. The movie's called Danny Desk Chair. Follows a frustrated cement worker who ties helium balloons to a lawn chair to escape his mundane life and girlfriend. With or without an emergency chute. I mean, balloons will pull you up, but you get to a certain height and balloons can pop. Things can go wrong. Different air, what's the word I'm looking for? Pressure will react differently. You might not have enough lift to stay up. Wind. What if you're traveling too fast? You got to have some kind of sports chute. Some of the modern sports chutes you can pull and it's not exactly dynamite, but they do kind of explode upwards. It's not the drogue that pulls them up. I guess it's a gas, I assume some kind of gas propellant propels them up. Careful what you say. In my day, we didn't have such things. Yeah, no. What was I going to say? I was going to talk about static lines and things, but well, I'm not going to do that. The guy who done it in real life was Lawn Chair Larry rather than Danny Deck Chair. Okay. Glider planes lack engine. Oh yeah, no, it couldn't have been a glider, could it? No, you're right. They get towed by a proper plane, or again by some kind of steam catapult. It couldn't have been a glider pulling him up. Could have been a single prop, small plane. I know. I'm trying to remember the name of the guy, and it's Scott. Somebody Scott. Scott's not his first name. His surname is Scott. Right, Google. There's a job for... I almost had it there. I almost got it and I didn't get it. Here we go. Let's see what AI is good for. Somebody Scott. Famous UK YouTuber. Could I just go with that? Oh, I forgot to type Scott, apparently. I thought I did. Somebody Scott, famous UK YouTuber. I'll just give it that for now, and I can refine it. Tom Scott, that's him. And he looks like he's at an airfield. History, science, geography, and linguistics. He posted weekly videos for 10 years straight before taking a planned break in January 2024. Later returned with new unscripted travel series content. Tom Scott. Now I got enough. I remembered enough to give Google the clue to who I was after. But yeah, he did one. I don't remember what part of the world he was in, but he did one with the. Like I said, it was a tandem thing, parachute, and there was was there a fan on the back? There was a fan on the back, but they did get an initial pull from. God, could it have been from a car or a van? It could have been from a car or a van. Did they have the fan on the back, or was it just a fuck off big parachute? Do you know when you've watched something and then like 2 months later you don't even remember the details? That's depressing. Now it's starting. It jumped a lot earlier and then it stopped. To escape his mundane life and girlfriend. The guys didn't realise it was lawn chair, Larry. Glider planes like engines, they stay in the air by... Yeah, no, it's the same. It's finding the updraft, isn't it? Trading height for forward speed and using natural rising air currents, yeah, to get lift. A tow plane or ground winch launches the glider into the sky. There was something similar with this thing when Tom Scott did this paragliding, whatever it was. Maybe can try catch a mouse and tie it to a helium balloon with an air tag on it and see where it ends up. I'm not on the Apple ecosystem. I think all air tags are Apple, aren't they? I keep seeing people saying, here's the Android equivalent, and it's some fucking Bluetooth tag that goes off when your bag gets more than 10 meters away from you. It's not the same, is it? But yeah, I'll catch it. Oh. One of the mice that ended up dead, I came outside, it was trapped in the mouse trap, and I did the forward propulsion, and as I got to the peak, I clipped the thing, thinking it would fly, and its tail stuck, and then it just dropped. I had to pick the fucker up, and I picked it up with the. I had to have a second go. Yeah. I gotta say, I turned around a few days ago, and I've got this little pan. It's my eating bowl, but I saw movement out the corner, and the little bugger was with his big ears and little head and his little paws. He was on the outside of the pan on the far side, looking up and over. They're not unlikable. I just can't have them running around inside my tent and eating my pissing and shit. It's not so much eating my food. I mean, a mouse isn't going to put a dent into the amount of food I've got in there. It's the fact that they piss and shit everywhere that they eat. I can't have them contaminate my food. That's more the problem. I mean, they literally do. I've told tales about how I've made a sandwich in the night from a baguette or whatever. There's a few breadcrumbs on the chopping board next to my bed. And I wake up the next morning and there's mouse shit on the chopping board. Because they've come along while I'm in bed making a sandwich at 2 o'clock in the morning or whatever, and then I fall asleep. They've come along and they're eating the breadcrumbs. But while they're eating, they're pissing and shitting. Gotta bring it out, give it a 2 or 3 go wash, maybe rub some fucking antibacterial, the alcohol gel shit on, rinse my chopping board off again. I used to have bleach. I don't have any bleach anymore. Or if I do, it's gone off because I've had it so long. You never know what I might find in the back of this fucking tent. Oh, okay, folks. I'm going to go live tomorrow, perhaps 6 p.m. my time. It's Spanish, it's Central European time. The eclipse starts at 7, I believe. I'll adjust if I'm remembering wrong. I'm going to go live maybe an hour before. We'll be here until it finishes, probably 9-ish. Do I carry on until scruff? If I do 6 till 10, we hit the 4-hour mark, and then that's a thing. The post-processing gets done there and then instead of a day later. I don't know what I'll have to talk about, but I'm going to call it quits here. I didn't read your one about, hold on, I think I'm going to go magnet fishing this weekend. I have 2 massive magnets. Hold on. It jumps up and down and I don't know which way it goes. I have 2 massive magnets, might find some interesting items. I watch the guys in America do the magnet fishing. And the police reaction when they ring in and say, hey, I've got a hand grenade. Hey, we found firearms. And the police come along. And some of the police are, all right, lads, yeah, how's it go? Okay, yeah, no, just make sure you've put it down there and step well back and we'll get the army bomb disposal or whatever in. And others arrive, get all aggressive and it's guns drawn. And you're like, fucking calm the fuck down. What sort of criminal do you think phones in and says, hey, we've just found a gun in the river or creek or beach, whatever, lake. What kind of situation are you expecting where somebody calls in and says, hey, we've got these big magnets and we're pulling shit out of the water and we found a gun. Fucking, and it's not finger alongside trigger, it's finger on trigger. Ready to mag dump. Crazy. Okay, folks, I'm gonna leave you. I don't know where we are for time. 3:21. Hold on. Is that the actual time? 3:21. In 9 minutes, I will have been going 5 hours. Is that right? I started at 10:30. 10:30 at 3:30. 5 hours. Shall we do 9 more hours? If you want to hang on, I'll do 9 more hours. 9 more minutes. You know me, I like my round numbers. I'm gonna go magnet fishing. I was there. Sleep well, Mike. I'm gonna hang on for another few minutes just to round off the. I don't want to leave at random time scales. I mean, I always do because I always overshoot by. What do I overshoot by? I always go 2 or 3 minutes over because the disconnect and me starting late, and I want to make sure that I always want to make sure I hit that 4 hours. Once I'm over it, it doesn't matter so much, but there's just something about me that just likes I like to hit like a round number. Not that it will be a truly round number, but yeah, if I started at 10:30 or 10:31, kind of makes sense to go an extra couple of minutes. Now, I've got no idea what I'm going to talk about for these extra couple of minutes. I will say thank you for sticking with me, folks, when I guess the conversation ran thin at times. But 12 thumbs ups is better than none. It's not quite 20, is it? If you're here and you haven't hit the thumbs up, just double check. If you have hit it, don't hit it again and undo one. Some people do that. I never know whether they decided to dislike me instead of like me. And YouTube are in the process, it looks like, of removing thumbs up and turning it into hearts. If you look at what they call shorts, they've got rid of the thumbs down. There's no thumbs up either, just a heart. You either like it or you don't. There's no like positive dislike, which is not good. I think that's been to the detriment of YouTube, Google stroke YouTube, the removal of the downvotes and the downvote counters. But now it's not just the counter that's going, it's the actual ability to hit a downvote. You only have to look around. Yeah, in shorts there's no downvote. And when I created my live stream on Sunday and I went into it, there was no downvote, there was only upvote. Things are changing. Used to be someone would post a video and just because it got like 10 million likes didn't mean it was good. If it had 10 million likes but a couple of million dislikes, you'd have to think there's probably something wrong there. And so you could discount that video, maybe not believe it or distrust it, do further research. If all you've got is likes, and that's the only number you're given, how do you judge the veracity of anything that they say? Maybe they get 1,000 likes and 10,000 dislikes and the post's total crap. And you'll never know. Alfred E. Newman. It's either a scientist or it's not Batman's butler, is it? No, it's not. That's Alfred somebody or other. That's something else. Is it? No idea. I'm going to go with a nuclear physicist type scientist. Newman. You're going to give us the answer. Type away. The guy, you see, Mad Magazine is something I've heard about and never seen. I've got no idea what a Mad Magazine is. I think it's like a comic book, but a satirical comic book. Red hair, freckles, and funny ears. Never seen a Mad Magazine, don't know. I'm not sure Britain ever had Mad Magazine. Let me ask. Let me ask Google. Or you could probably check quicker than me if you're in front of an actual computer. Mad magazine. Ever in UK? Question mark. Yes. Dedicated UK edition that ran for decades. Starting 50. I never ever saw it. What the magazines I got, like the Dandy and the Beano and what was the one that had Dan Dare in it? Yeah, that's all right. Nobody's trying to sleep. The past 5 or 10 years from Americans. I got no clue. Where are we for time? Did we get there? Another 4 or 5 minutes. Red hair, freckles, and funny ears. That sounds like Plug. And I don't remember which of our comic books that was. Two kind of buck teeth, a chinless kind of face, pointy nose. Did he have ginger hair, red hair? Probably. It's the only group you can still take the piss out of, isn't it? The redheads. Oh, everything else is off limits. And in TV programs, the gingers get replaced by, choose your words carefully, they get race swapped. It's always the gingers that get race swapped. And I think it's because it's an anagram. If you look at the word ginger, it's got one I, it's got one N, one I, it's got two G's. That was, who's the Australian bloke that plays piano and is a comedian? He might not even be Australian, he could be a Kiwi. It's a question for Google, isn't it? But he did the same joke. That's not my original. And it's not me being racist, really, although I am laughing at it. Australian comedian can play piano a bit. Look at that. I've only typed Australian and the top suggestion is Australian comedian. You tell me that Google wasn't just listening to me. Australian comedian, plays piano, sings about, shall I say gingers? Tim Minchin. Look at that. I gave Google enough, or did I sings, plays, sing? I typed play sings instead of play songs. It corrected me and got the right answer. Tim Minchin plays and the piano and sings the comedy song Prejudiced, often known as Only a Ginger Can Call Another Ginger Ginger. Core message, uses satirical humor to compare the taboos of racial slurs to the word ginger. It's got one N, one I, two G's. Ginger. Google is always listening. I think so. I was talking about buttons the other day. The next thing, everything was about buttons on all the ads, even on Facebook. I think there's something in it myself. If I just type the word Australian, what are the odds that I was looking for an Australian comedian? I could have been looking for an Australian chef or an Australian sports star, Australian bar, Australian female impersonator, Dame Edna Everage kind of stuff. All the things I could have been going for. Australian beer, Australian guy with a big knife who said, that's not a knife, all the things I could have been going for. And I was literally saying, who's the Australian comedian? And suddenly comedian is the first word in the list. Sorry, folks. I hate to do the whole yawning thing on screen because I know that yawning is we're social animals and it is, it gets passed on. What's the word I'm looking for? Con or com something or other. I'm running through all the wrong words. I haven't got the words. I must be tired. Not communicable, but that would do. It is communicable. I'll go with communicable and pretend that I was being really intelligent and using big words. Somebody tell me what the word was that I was trying to use. That wasn't it, but I'll make do with it. I gave myself a clue when I got a word. It's not the word. When something, like when a yawn gets passed on socially. Right, we're going to have to call it quits, aren't we? Where are we? We are after the 3.5, where are 5 hours, yeah? From 10:30 to 3:30. And a couple of extra minutes in case, just because I wouldn't like it to end up as 4:59. So we go the odd 1 or 2 minutes over. Now, we shall leave. We are doing it for real this time, folks. We shall leave in the manner to which you may have been accustomed, if any of you are still out there. Thumbs up if you haven't already. But here we go. Hey, Tina. Hey, babe. Are you going to turn around and look at your audience? Do I have to get up? Oh, I can't. You're tucked in right under the chair again. Look, I can't push the chair back. Hey, babe. There's Tina. All right, let's do this. Hey, babe. No, you're not going to look at me. I'll take you back home in a minute. We go back inside. Okay. From Tina, who has a total disregard for her audience. And from me, Delta Mike, out. Catch you later.